Okay, stream should have started. Mike's live in 3, 2. Hello, and welcome back to Roll the Bones. My name is Rob, and as ever, I am joined by my wonderful players, Mike, Matt, and Dom. And I will ask them the question that I have now taken to asking them, which is, what happened last time? This is the bit. This is the intro bit, is if I get the intro accurate. What happened last time on Roll the Bones?
Ooh.
Well, you promised us a low-key session, and that is not what ended up happening.
I did, and it did not go that way at all.
Not particularly.
Well, a lot went down. Firstly, at the convent, because we started way back there, I believe it started... No, I was going to say the Rowan Obsidian conflict was afterwards, but we found in a chest the items that had been looted from us, the rings and the tuning fork, which we didn't pull, we didn't try. Tempted as we were, we did not. Then we went back to the main... I've got the name. I've got Lodestone for some reason. The Lawstone.
Yeah, the Lawstone Hall. That's right.
We went. Yeah, the Lawstone Hall where we fought the vampire and his army.
the Death Brigade.
The Death Brigade, yeah.
And I believe Obsidian, you were the only one who really got anything off the tablet.
Yeah, sort of managed to do a bit of a decipher script and get a rough idea of sort of translations. And got a short sort of poem, actually. About 4 gates, points of a star, and some shapes. All... We're not really sure at the moment. We think that maybe they're the locations of other gates. That perhaps the Gith was translating this, because we also found a notebook, as I recall. So we think maybe the Gith was translating this in an effort to use the other gates to bring more of his kind, because he did say that was what he was going to do. But we weren't 100% sure.
I do remember you found 4 extra symbols that kind of stood out on the stone as well, which was a sword, some scales, a star, and 2 crescent moons caked under some mud.
But we took a rubbing. We took a rubbing of it.
Rubbing.
We took to a little. We had a little rubbing.
Had a little rub.
We had a, good lord. Yeah, we took a rubbing of it so that we could have a look at it later, with perhaps more reference points on a map, or to do some research on it, and then we buggered off.
Well, you had a slight conflict with Rowan, who was like, "I want to kill your vampire," and you were like, "No,
do you?"
We had some words, but it wasn't. There was no sort of love lost there. Really, it wasn't like nasty. It was just a disagreement. For now,
she did destroy your spawn.
She did, but I
Which was a shame.
Yes,
I did say, all right, if you must. Rather than
and
have a confrontation.
The one other bit as well that stemmed from Rowan and Erin, Pog Willin is missing.
Do we know that
Pugwillen
Pugwillen
is missing.
Missing.
Pugwillen is
We
missing.
don't know he's definitely missing.
No, they just hadn't seen him
They hadn't seen him, and we
for a
hadn't
bit.
seen him.
But
Hey,
Well,
I'm going with
no.
the assumption he's missing. He's somewhere. We just don't know where. Anyway, but we've not
Okay.
med him our priority. He's just like a low-key
I was
side.
like, that's the campaign now. Is Pugwillen is missing, and that's
Nice
the
the apocalypse is
story.
over.
Cross that out. No, yeah, he's nowhere needs to be seen. But yes, that was definitely some news as well. What else happened last time?
yeah, we left and we went
Stefan.
south. We were heading back towards Bright Harbour, and we encountered a brigade.
That's right.
We encountered the cavalry, who the Dragon Knights. Danico was the leader that we spoke to, and there were lots of them all on horseback in very nice armour. All come from Valdenor, and they'd basically been sort of dealing with the overspill kind of problem of what we'd sort of seen the main bit of. They dealt with the sort of outside effects of Savage Doom, and basically had been on a bit of a campaign of righteous destruction, wiping them out. And yeah, well, it wasn't a bad encounter actually. They were seemingly quite pleasant, friendly,
Yeah.
as far as we could tell, and wished us well. And we informed them of a few things that we'd encountered the sort of main base at the Fang.
Oh, the Scar, yeah. The Scar.
The Scar, that's the one. Sorry, yes, the Scar.
Yes.
We told them we'd encountered that, and various other little bits and pieces that we'd experienced. And yeah, they sort of wished us well, and we went on our way.
That's right.
We also, Silaster asked about work, and we were told about Scardi, the dwarf, in Valdenor, and the acid flagon.
Yeah, that's right.
Something to look for.
Yes, not.
Maybe.
I don't think that's the most. In comparison to the work the Dragon Guard offered, this is sort of the antithesis of the work. You've got Dragon Guard, Scardi. So, two different avenues of work. That work, though, came also with the option from
Rivol Croach.
Croach, thank you. I was looking at the name that I was like, Ruvold. It just took too long. About, that excursion possibly in a month's time to...
1 or months. He didn't really specify, just in a while. That at some point when they get there, everything is prepared. They will be going on. Yes, they'll be going on an excursion.
So potential there into explore more of Orenthal.
The Mercylands specifically.
The Mercylands, thank you, yes. And then, yes, whilst Obsidian was chillaxing, relaxing, Ansel threw threw a little spanner in the works at Celasta.
I don't know about Spanner. He just offered to play a game with Celesta. In exchange for writing off the favour, and Celesta gratefully accepted.
Yes.
He did. He took the dare as opposed to truth. You guys get the non-charismatic guy to do a truth. He was like, "Whoa." So
no,
yeah,
I don't think so.
he took the dare, which was
Kill Bartiz.
and to which I believe Celasta replied to give me a gold piece.
Yeah, which seems a little
bit
mean,
rich.
considering.
Yeah.
He
A bit
was owed
rich,
a
but-
favour,
Yeah,
but Ansel gladly paid a gold for the pleasure.
well, so he thought.
Yes, you rather took a bit of a left turn for this session because you decided that you wanted to go back to the house, which which was always going to be an option, but one that I hadn't prepared for that particular session. So that was quite an intro. I was like, "Oh, we're going here now. Okay, cool." So that was fun. That was fun on my part, at least. So yes,
not sure how much we're gonna regret that decision now, given what happened in the end. But before that, we did go back to the house. Obsidian went off and read a letter whilst you were away having your little wager.
Well, we got to
a wager.
Not a wager, no, just a job. It would appear truth or dare.
Truth or dare.
It was a game.
Turned into a hit.
It did. And yes, Celasta made, again, Mr. Charismatic started off straight to the point. I've been paid to kill you, and snapped Bartiz's neck. Except it wasn't the man's neck. It was a couple of rats. As Bartiz was revealed to be a swarm that emerged, which was not what was expected.
No,
it was unusual, for sure. Very unusual.
And then
so we exterminated the rats.
Yes, we did.
Now, before you explored the house, what I thought was quite a sound idea, to be fair, I expected you to explore downstairs and then... But you did that as a minimum, really, because you wanted to make sure the place was clear. So you had a quick scope around downstairs, didn't you? What did you find there? Anything that you can recall of consequence in the ground floor?
Oh, the dining room was not used.
Yeah,
blood-stained bowls.
It was a place that had been made to look like it was used, but clearly it had not. Like a safe house kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's a show.
We didn't go into the library again, which is where we encountered him before, because we didn't get to that yet. We left that room until last.
Well, that's not the only room we left till last.
Was it not on the ground floor?
On the ground floor, yes, but on the first floor, there was also another couple of rooms we missed.
Oh, I see. Okay,
we got distracted.
You went upstairs anyway,
just a little
and
bit.
We
did a couple of detects, and we detected magic upstairs from the ground floor. So we were trying to be quite careful. Yeah. And then, blood judges, lots of them.
Bludges.
The bludges themselves, yes. With a fairly slightly more powerful blood judges as well. It had been sort of inferred that you had only battled acolytes with your first encounter with them, and now it seems that you've drawn the ire of higher ranking blood judges, for they had some dark gifts that they tried to bestow upon you.
Made some irritating.
It's pretty unpleasant.
Yeah, it's a pretty lethal spell, but there we are.
They were, they were tough. Actually, that was an unpleasant fight.
But as is always the case,
yes.
We start off struggling. There's a bit of a tussle, and then we kind of get the momentum. So again, we build up our momentum, and then we got into a spree of throwing them downstairs, partially throwing them downstairs, chasing after them downstairs, and in Obsidian's cases, destroying their legs.
Yes. Wilting their legs.
Just withering parts of their body.
On your defeat of the blood judges, which absolutely it did have its a turn where everything flipped, and then the strangers took the win, and then yes, you continued exploring. Obsidian opened one door and found he had to make a fortitude save to resist nausea as he walked into a room basically filled with blood and viscera. And something else on the floor as well.
There was a book. A tome.
There was a picture as well on the wall.
There was.
Red landscape.
Oh, yeah. And then Did Obsidian look at the book? Was it you first, or was it?
It was.
Yeah.
I picked up the book. Obsidian decided it's a book. What harm could it possibly?
What could possibly go wrong?
I mean, I didn't see
Don't
any
ever
other
hurt
sort of...
themselves at a library.
And he was then instantly teleported somewhere. Fucking awful.
That's right.
Just awful.
The very landscape depicted by that great painting that you'd seen before the book was now the reality you found yourself in.
Yeah, and it's an awful reality. I would give it 1 star.
That's really,
Would
really
not
not
return.
on. A lot of people rely on their livelihoods for those ratings, actually, Obsidian. So
Should hire better cleaners.
yeah, there was some dust on the door frames.
Yeah, try some more welcoming colours. Everything's a dark red.
Everything was covered in blood
Very
and
impressive.
viscera.
There's also the blood of the viscera. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. But I believe Ansel and Silaster actually did quite a good job at resisting the power of the book at first.
Yeah, we both resisted it.
There was every opportunity that none of you would have failed, in which case this would have just been a bit of a mystery for you. But as it stands, one of you was pulled in, and so rather selflessly, I feel, you both went in after him.
It was mainly for your benefit, Rob. We know it would have been really difficult to DM the next session with...
Don't have to worry about me. Don't have to worry about me.
Obsidian somewhere, and Ansel and Stalasta are carrying Obsidian in a book, in a bag.
That they plan to
holding
sell. That was another
somewhere.
joke that I enjoyed. Is that imagine if one of you just taken it and sold it with the others inside it. That would have been pretty rude. That's right. Yeah. So you're on this vast, bloody landscape, and there was one final detail to include before we're back to where we left it.
A gargantuan thing.
It's a horrible thing. Made of, like, stitched up flesh and metal and horribleness.
That's absolutely right.
It looked fucking awful.
Yes.
Just made of
In a good way.
flesh and bad feelings.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it, actually. And that is where then we will pick back up.
Oh, and one other thing. We leveled up.
Oh,
We
yes,
did,
of
we did.
course, of course.
Not that I, think that's going to help much. Oh,
Hey,
yeah,
we
of
got
course,
health
we
back.
leveled up. So actually, maybe before we flick over, we should
Yeah,
roll.
that's absolutely. You're absolutely right. You had to
Hit
remind me.
points.
I do appreciate it. So, as we've decided to sort of make common, we've decided that we're going to keep the rolling HP to the stream because it is fun, and we always leave it to the session to do so.
People know we're not cheating.
Yeah. So, let's just go in the order that I can see you then. So, Silaster, if you'd like to roll your hit die first, and don't
Of
forget to
course.
add your constitution. Remember, we are...
Hey!
Wow, that is max.
Max again.
Yes, good stuff.
Twice.
As
That's
a
good
reminder,
stuff.
we re-roll 1s and 2s for my benefit more than the players because I like to be able to smack them around a bit.
Not kill them with a general, with a standard pussycat.
with a stiff breeze. So
stub your toe.
Silaster opens strong with max health then for his roll for level 7. Let's see, Obsidian, can you equal this?
Don't think I've maxed so far, but we'll see, won't we? Yeah. Yes, I can.
Well.
Ooh.
Well.
Wow,
That
that's
is
awesome.
Max
That's so
for,
good.
For Silaster.
I'm
and
almost
Obsidian.
at 50.
Well, let's see.
Lovely stuff. Well,
Well, that is why we re-roll those numbers.
That's better. I'll take that.
Okay.
That takes me to a nice round 60.
Ooh, bloody hell.
Am I still the tank?
I beat you now. I'm 64.
I'm
Hey,
only
finally.
48.
How much?
48.
My goodness.
I thought you said 38. I panicked then.
Yeah,
But I do have a small amount of damage reduction, which I think sort of levels it out
It definitely helps.
for sure.
That's kept you
And
from
we-
on 0 and not
That
dying. on
has saved
more than
my
few
ass a few
occasions,
times. Yeah, absolutely.
But let's see
We
if
get our
that
full health as well right now.
That's
Not
right.
sure if
Yeah.
it's
So
going
you're
to today.
restored to full health, but absolutely, I think you're quite right, Matthew. Whether that will help you in this situation is another matter. As we return to the strangers, and quite rightly, as you recalled, you were in this strange wasteland that one of you had seen right before you'd been pulled into the book. It had like a title saying "Welcome to the Written World." Ansel had made an exceptional spot check, which was going to be quite difficult. And that is that amongst the landscape and in all of the materials and terrain around you, everything just seems slightly off. Ansel was the only one that picked up on the fact that writing in various different shapes and sizes and languages actually form the building blocks of this place. Every single grain of sand is actually a different letter. Every arc in the mountainscapes that loom in the distance is a different rune or letter. And it's as you arrived here, this great beast just looks up, and you can see these two black hole-like holes in the masks where its eyes would be. And you hear a great and this like sound, this groan almost it just ripples across the landscape like a war horn sounding almost. It then takes a step forward.
Oh shit.
Can we see any way out of this little area we're in? Because looking at it, I can't.
No, neither can I. There's a painting behind us which resembles the painting that we saw. So I think we're on the other side of it.
Yeah, so you actually do look behind you, and there is a painting, and oddly enough, it looks like a rather disgusting room filled with blood and viscera.
God, we need to go back.
But no, there doesn't
Can I use
appear to be
detect-
a way.
I'm
Can I
going
use
to run
my
over and lick
sex
the
magic?
painting.
Yeah, you can do detect magic on the painting, certainly.
Yeah. I guess on the painting and just sweeping around the place as well, just in case there's. In this world, all of the shadows, little eyes, but they're the letter I.
Yeah, so they behold this this painting, and unbelievably, you don't detect any magic from the painting.
Is here anywhere else
Yeah,
in the space that we're in? I mean,
yeah.
the big thing.
The great stone dial that you've just stepped from actually radiates magical power. Let me just quickly double check the school of magic it is, because that will be pertinent. Just to make sure I have it correct. Let's see. It's conjuration, which, as we have discussed before, isn't just about summoning. Summoning is part of it, but yeah, conjuration magic.
Interesting.
Whilst
that gives
Ansel
me,
does that, Obsidian, what do you do?
Probably release a small amount of gas at the sight of this thing. Am I permitted some sort of check on this beastie to try and figure out what sort of category of thing it is?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we're actually going to be going check by check. So, Ansel, you've had your check. Obsidian, you will have a check. Silaster, you can think of a check you'd like to make as well. Yeah, you want to do a check on the creature, did you say, Obsidian?
Well, I do if it's a knowledge that I have. It's like knowledge arcana or knowledge religion, then I do.
Both will be sufficient, actually, in this regard.
Oh, they're equal, so for me. So we'll go with... I'll change back from my d6. That would be useful. Oh, 21. It's actually not bad.
Yeah, you've actually stumbled across writings regarding creatures such as these, though none of them have really been of this size as such. This is a singular monstrosity that looms before you. Yeah, you know this to be a flesh golem. It took significantly less than that for you to be able to succeed that check. It's fairly clear what it is.
Well, yeah. This, I think I probably know because I've probably figured out what that is because of the fact that I know it's something that I would be screwed if I ever met. Like, that's literally the very reason, is because I don't have any way of... So I would just be like, right, things you need to run away from, you know? Because
warnings should come first.
They're immune to everything. Everything I can do, at least. So, good luck, Silaster.
Obsidian, that was your check. Silaster, do you want to make a check of any kind?
There's no check I think Silaster can really make at this point. What he'd probably be trying to do is just taking a moment to reevaluate his maneuvers, basically, and just re-ready things. As he does this, he'll drop into the Child of Shadows and just kind of whisper to the two of them, "I can buy you time, but I have no clue how we get out of here."
It is as you say that then and prepare your maneuvers that we move on to the next round. The beast takes another step forward. Boom, boom. Every step you realise that this is an entity that far outweighs anything that you've come across so far. Not obviously just in the sheer bulk of the thing, but there appears to be a level of power that almost seems to ripple from the thing. To remind you, one of its hands is just like a massive iron spiked monstrosity that you think might be like the head of a giant mace, and that's one of its fists. The other, a great blade, is just juts from a stump on the end of a massive sewn together arm. The prospect of fighting this thing does not fill you with any reality of hope. Ansel, you're next. What do you do?
So we stepped off this circle. Mm-hmm. So presumably the way out is also going to be the circle. Can I take a look at that? Like, is there runes? Is there anything? And if not, I might just try it anyway. I'm just going to slash open a cut on my hand and drip it in there.
You can slash yourself open for free. I know, right? It's so generous. What you can do is when you look at the podium, you can either make you can do a search or a spot check for me, whichever one you think is prudent to this. Actually,
I would do a spot if that's okay. I'm not good at search. I'm not great at spot. 16.
More than enough. You see that there does appear to be the remains of some form of writing upon this harsh stone that you've stood from. But it almost looks like when you write in pencil and then you rub it out with an eraser or a rubber, you sort of see sort of like the leftover of it. But it's been smeared away, so the message itself is gone. Looks to be dried blood. And with that, you cut yourself, and that will be your turn. Yeah. Obsidian. Any check or any action you wish to perform?
I will not do a shit. That's It's so this. Can I even tell what language the writing used to be in, or any of the symbols there enough? Because obviously I've now looked at this thing. I know that I'm powerless against it, so I will back up a bit so that I'm sort of here looking at this.
Yeah, you can also do a check for me because it's been rubbed out. You could potentially do a decipher script roll if you've got that.
Well, I say it's on there, but it's at base.
Yeah, that's fine then.
No, that's a 6, so no.
The letters are too strange for you to see. Really, what language that might have been in.
Okay.
Could be common. It could be something you've never seen before. It honestly could be anything.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's my check, isn't it? So.
Silaster.
Don't attempt it.
Silaster is not looking overly confident, but he just takes one step there just to try and, if needs be, act as a bit of a buffer. Throwing looks over at the two of you like, come on. What are you...
Well, I have a move
what are you
to protect you also, if need be.
Yeah. That's all he's doing.
Okay, in that case then, you note with horror that the inevitable happens. The beast takes a further step. Ansel.
Could I, because it's obviously magic, could I attempt to use the skill use magic device to try and activate it?
Yeah, certainly. By all means, use magic device would be a great call.
It's my only skill that I really have any ranks in. I do have quite a lot of ranks in it, so 29. Ooh. That was a good roll.
Wow. You look at this thing, and there's almost like a familiarity to the thing. From what recess of your memory, you're not sure, but there is a familiarity to it. And as you've already cut your hand as well, that'll help because droplets of dark red blood drips from your hands and lands upon the stone, and it begins to move across it like butter in a hot pan, swirling across it almost, reacting to the blood. This thing appears to light around the rim with a crimson energy, and now appears to be active. Though how to use it, you know now that you can use this thing, but to gain its actual effect, there's still a piece missing, as it were. You've worked out how to use the oven, but you don't know what to put in it just yet.
Alright, gotcha.
Obsidian.
Oh, there we go. So we don't have the book anymore, right? That didn't come with us in any way.
There is no sign of the book around you.
No, we were sucked into the book, so that's fine. I'm gonna assume, I think, that you've activated it with blood, but it needs power, right? And obviously it's brought us here. I'm not 100% sure, but you said it was conjuration, right?
Correct, yeah.
I think conjuration is used for transportation as well, so it kind of makes sense that this is a transport, but I don't think either of us have any of that specific school of magic.
But you can do a spellcraft check if you want to use that as your check to determine that that's definitely what it is. It's up to you.
I don't think I want to use my action on that. I'm just sort of...
That's fine.
His train of thought, and I think maybe it could just be that we need to power it with some form of magic, like starting an engine. But I think rather than do that this time, because of the looming threat, and it could burst towards us, I'm thinking that thing can move a lot further than it is doing. So instead what I will do is summon here and here, 2 grieving widows. I'll use a level 3 to cast level 2 summon undead.
Oh, nice.
And 2 grieving widows will appear. It'll obviously have to take them out, which I'm sure it will with ease, but at least it'll slow it down a bit.
Okay, then I will ask you this: are you happy for those to act on your current initiative?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we haven't rolled.
No, I know, because I just gone for a basic initiative based on who acted first. So at the moment it's Ansel, you, Silaster. If you're happy to keep that, we can keep that. If not, we can roll initiative. It's I will leave that down to you.
No, we'll keep it. They're just going to appear, but they're not going to attack. They're just basically. I'm just going to essentially the order for them is to protect us.
Yeah.
But sort of passively. So if it attacks, they will.
Okay, here we go. So there's 1, 2. You should already have control.
I am indeed in control as two.
So
two
they
appear
windows where you want them to appear, and then they can also act on your turn.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't think they will. I think basically what happens is they appear and they just stand sort of readied in a stance with claws up. But they're not going to do anything unless it moves forward. So I think or guys, do you think they should attack? Sort of will shout this should I get its attention with them?
Let's not provoke the thing unless we have to.
As it is still your turn, I will allow you just to, so you know for context, because you can still act if you want to, that as soon as those things appear, you see the great beast's head just jolt down like that and perceive them, and its disposition changes from this silent, looming threat to this raging titan of flesh and steel.
I think they probably will attack. I think because otherwise they're just going to be there to take an attack and maybe die in one round. So at least they can. So and they'll both attack. They'll probably not actually hit, but we can try.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So they are on. They only did a 5-foot step, so they can get a full round of attack. So the first one does 1 claw. At 9, no. 2 claw. At 14, probably not.
They rush against the thing, and being that they're large creatures, they basically come up to almost to its waist. This thing is on the large side of gargantuan, I suppose. And they rush at it, and the grieving widows slash with their bone claws.
Well, that was only one of them.
Oh, sorry. Well, that one is
totally
effective.
That's right, because that one's got 2.
That one is it's totally ineffective. The next one rushes forward.
There was a 20 with the bite from that one.
Oh, I see. That also misses, or rather, it hits, but it has no effect.
Second one, 18, so no.
Hits
22.
has no effect. Is a hit.
Claw? Wow, okay.
22
so we got
hits.
1 hit with the claw. And then the bite is a 3.
Okay.
So probably not.
It appears to do nothing, as the strike is just eaten up by some resistance around the beast.
No, that wasn't the damage. That was the bite attack. The damage is 11.
Oh, I do
which is
apologise.
maximum.
Right, that does do some damage then. But yeah,
okay,
some of it
probably
you
a
see
tiny
is
amount.
resisted.
But
yeah.
at least they've got its attention.
Certainly they do.
There's just that usual kind of strength, but sort of slowness to them as they move quite gracefully. Yeah, this thing's just... it's a fucking monster. Look at it. But yeah, we've slowed it down slightly, hopefully.
It's so they clash against it, and this thing loses it's like I said, it's silent, steady advance, and it becomes like a beast in frenzy, and it goes. Vroom. Not its turn just yet, though. Silaster.
Celeste's just going to push Ansel a bit further away, just to make a bit more of a distance between them. Right, just keep looking at this your thing. Just
You pushing me
figure this
5
out.
feet away, is that?
Pretty much, yeah. Like
Okay.
come on, look at it. I don't know these things.
Look at it better.
He's just rubbing his shoulders. You could do this. I believe in you.
Amazing. Anything else, Lester?
He's in a stance and he's just getting ready if he has to.
Okay. Well then, in that case, I will need to know the armor class of the Grieving Widows, please.
Oh, I mean, he'll smash him to bits. He's only 13. Depending on what
Oh,
damage he's doing, of course. He does appear to have a blade. And
So the first attack lands.
yes. As very much suspected.
The second also lands. So this is the one on our... As we look at it on the screen, this is the one on the left. Okay? The first attack does 29 points of bludgeoning damage
Of bludgeoning damage. Oh no!
as it smashes with the mace. The second comes in with a vast swipe with its great blade on its arm. That one hit as well, and that one does 26 points of slashing damage. As it goes BAM! Swipes, and it swipes
We'll
with
all
its
be
great
very
blade.
shocked. But that one is immediately smashed to pieces.
What?
It just smashes into dust, evaporating on the non-existent breeze of this
The
place.
first one of my summons you've killed. Congrats.
Wow! It only took a gargantuan construct to do it.
Yeah. But it did it pretty fucking easily, to be fair.
It then sort of looks with just one tilt of its head, like a slasher murderer in a horror film, just turns its head slowly towards the remaining one. But that's its turn. We're back.
His bones rattling.
Back to the top of the round.
The other one's like, oh, okay.
Ansel. Over the sound of shattering bones,
So-
what do you do?
We need something in the circle. I guess I'm gonna. I do have conjuration spell. I only have one, but I could. I don't know if that will work. I'm gonna step into the bowl. Is it a bowl?
Yeah, it does kind of basin in a little bit. Very shallow, but it does, yes.
Yeah. No, obviously it doesn't do anything. I mean, we can try Obsidian's theory of casting conjuration in the bowl.
Yeah.
It's not going to hurt,
I
is it?
sort of feel like it's either going to be the right type of spell or the level of spell, and we have to cast enough magic into it to reach that level. That's my
Okay.
thinking.
Well, I've only got one level 1 spell I can use. And I actually think I've already used it, so I can't. I have.
Yeah, you can do a spellcraft check if you're stuck to what to do. I can give you some general info with the spellcraft check if you want.
Yeah, I'll do a spellcraft check. That makes.
Okay.
It's probably the best use of my time. I can try and hurt the beast, but I don't think it's going to work. 20 for spellcraft.
So you've been absolutely on the money so far with how to activate this magic device. I imagine that Obsidian might have shouted what Matt said earlier, which was
Yeah, definitely.
that this just needs sort of like the right ingredient, perhaps like you have the power already. That's right. Obsidian said something along the lines of, we need to power this thing. Well, it seems like the blood that dripped from your hand is what's powered it. So you have it powered. The missing element, like with many magic, like with a lot of magic, is the magic word.
And we're in a world of words, of course.
And it snaps to your mind. You suddenly realise the written world. The only way that anything has been created in this place is because it's been written. The mountains on the horizon have been written. The grains of sand have been composed. You need to write your way out of this scenario, and that'll be your turn, Ansel, because that's you putting that all together. Obsidian.
Yeah, of course.
I will step on to it.
I communicate that as I realise it as well.
Sure, nice.
We're not just keeping things to ourselves.
So we think it's powered, but it needs the magic word. Is it looking for a specific word, do you think? Or we just need to tell it?
Maybe a story if it's in a book.
A story?
Not quite a story, but like a...
The same. Not sure.
A
imaginative enough.
Like, please take me back to the bloody room. Bloody room.
Oh, I don't know. It's something like one of those witchy spells they use, right? Where the spell just has to rhyme in some way. So to save us from our bloody fate, take us back through this magic gate.
So
you're writing that.
Well, what did you say? Sorry, Ansel.
Are you writing that?
That's a question I'm asking as well.
Well, no, I'm sort of yelling it. I didn't realise I had to write it.
Okay.
Intelligence is not my thing, man. I'm charismatic, but I'm not very clever. Did you tell me to write it?
Yeah.
Did you? Oh, you said
Well,
write
Rob
it.
said it has to be a
needs
written
words
thing.
To be written. Oh, right.
You're
Okay,
in the
well, in that
written.
case, it would
You're in the
be-
written world.
in which
Everything
case
that's been
he would-
created by writing. Yeah. So.
Yeah. In which case, then he would know that he would need to write it. In which case, yeah.
He's
So
been
I'll
told.
I'll get down on my knees. And I'll just take some of the blood from Ansel because he's already bleeding, and I don't want to cut myself. If waste not, want not. And I'll start. I imagine it takes a minute to write that out.
It'll
'cause
take
it's quite long.
it'll take your turn to write that in with the blood that's flowing into the.
yeah.
Are you writing in Ansel's blood or your own?
I'm writing it in Ansel's blood because he's already bleeding.
Plenty already there.
I mean,
just so
waste
I'm
not,
aware.
want not.
Sure.
There's no sense in both of us doing it.
So Ansel sort of like starts putting the pieces together. Obsidian comes up with that fantastic rhyme and begins like daubing it into the stone. Excellent work. Silasta, what are you doing?
Seeing how quickly the grieving widow became bone meal. Yeah.
Dust.
And seeing that they're doing some bits at the moment, I'm just going to step kind of onto the bowl and push Ansel back a bit, like just move. As I also do the same with Obsidian. Like Obsidian's writing, but I kind of move his body, so I'm like, just move further back, just in case. Keep writing, but just move your body over there.
Amazing.
So forceful.
Just
We
like,
are now on to unless there's anything else, Silasta. Sorry to.
No, I'm literally just in case.
The Grieving Widow will. The Grieving Widow will look up and see that the Flesh Golem has turned its undivided attention.
The Grieving
to
Widow
it.
would have had an attack on him, although.
Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. Yes, it would have. Yeah, do that now.
I was 1, 2. Both bloody miss, of course, and then 3 is a 20, which is still.
Unfortunately, all of them do not avail against the
trying.
overwhelming power. Yeah. The Flesh Golem retaliates. I believe. What was the AC of it again? I believe they're both a hit, but just to make sure.
13.
They're both hits.
They're easy to hit, only 13.
Oh.
As suspected, I'm pretty sure there's no way it's going to survive, but
25 points of bludgeoning damage from the mace. And that is 27 points of slashing damage.
dead.
Just smash!
Easy.
Bam!
Easy. Smashed into dust.
Your summons are just rise up into the air of this thing, and as they float past, you just see that the dust of your summons have become like words on the wind. What do you think those words are, Obsidian? As you created them.
Probably something like handiwork of the Graves and Co. Mortician.
It's just a little advert.
Yeah, a little advert. Yeah. So as they waft into the wind, then that was its turn. It can continue its advance now. We're back to the top of the round. Ansel, you're seeing Obsidian effectively on his turn completed the final piece of the puzzle. Because we're at the top of the round, this is relevant as well. I'd like you to roll a D6 for me, please.
Sure. 4.
As Obsidian has been scribing that rhyme into the stone with your blood, you see that the word gate suddenly begins to glow with the same brightness as the reddish hue that circles this circular stone thing that you're standing on. And then merging out of the word, the G and the E at the end becoming sort of like supports, the A and the T rise up and begin rising up to begin forming this sort of red energy that is writing a gate into existence. However,
of course,
for it to be completed, 4 rounds must pass.
Of course. When I was talking before and said I think transportation, like teleport, it's not. Of course it isn't, because we're in a different... I think we're in a different plane.
So you have
gate. Yeah,
you have written an escape into the world with your own power and the combination of your craft, but you still have to wait for that gate to finish being written now. So
4 rounds.
4 rounds. You have to survive 4 rounds. Ansel, it's your turn.
Okay. Cool. I will try and move away from the gate because I feel like if we stay near the gate, it's going to continue coming towards the gate, and that is not ideal for an escape. So I'm going to move 3, 4, 5, 6, and move to there. And then I'm going to... it won't be able to be sickened, so I'll just throw an Eldritch Blast at the Flesh Golem.
Yeah, by all means.
Just to get its attention. 27 to hit.
27 that's his touch as well, right? Yeah.
His touch, yeah.
That'll absolutely hit. Does Eldritch Blast count as magic?
It does count as magic.
It's whether it has spell resistance, I think, is
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So if Eldritch Blast is subject to spell resistance, then it won't work.
Okay, let me have a quick check. I've got a page open.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Yes, to any spell subject to spell resistance, that's what immune to magic means in construct traits.
Oh, that was just an assumption on a basic. I don't know exactly.
No, you're absolutely right.
Yes,
I have it written there. Yeah, I just it is. Sorry, Ansel.
It is subject. Yeah, it is subject to spell resistance.
Okay, then it just it just and it just dissipates on its broad chest. Let's see. Are you trying to get its attention with that blast as well? You're trying to make it go for you, Ansel?
I'm trying to make it divert away from the. Yeah.
Okay. In that case, then give me a caster level check. So you're Oh no, just a character level check, I would say. So 7 plus a d20.
16.
That's actually going to be enough. The DC I set was 15. So the blast, while it does no damage, it has a force to it that draws its eye, and also will draw its ire on its turn. It will go for you unless something else happens between then and now. Great shot, Ansel. We're back over to Obsidian.
Rather than you have to bring in more, what I'll do is I'll just take the crosses back off of these.
That's fine. Yeah, they could rebuild almost, couldn't they?
Yeah, basically they rebuild. They sort of the words come up out of the floor, and I've seen that Ansel has moved over to where he is. So I'm going to put them here and here off to the side because I think it's going to head in that direction. Actually, what am I doing? What am I doing? I summoned one behind him because I'm not that stupid. I've been in combat before. So they're flanking him. They get a tiny bonus.
Very good. And because
take every little helps.
Yep, and they may attack as well.
So I'll cross that spell off, and then so that's another level 3 down.
Ooh, costly,
isn't it though? And then they will, they'll both attack. So it was 6, now it's 8. So they each get 2 claws and a bite. 1 claw from the first one. 23.
23 is a hit.
Yes. Another one is 14.
A miss.
And then the bite is 13. So
also a miss.
The first one gets a hit. Then we'll do the second one's attacks rather than change all the dice. So 1 claw. 16. Second claw. Possibly a fumble. It's a 15, so that's a fumble.
That's a fumble. May it
So
please
it probably
perform a
won't get
reflex
bite.
saving throw.
Yeah.
If it passes DC 15 reflex, it can continue, and that'll just be a miss. It passes, so therefore...
Bugger me!
It passes, so it doesn't fall, thanks to the fumble, but so you can continue with its attacks.
Definitely a miss. One of them did 10 points of damage.
Yeah, very good.
Hopefully at least getting its attention. Boom, there we go. And that is... Obsidian will also actually move over here, because I don't want to confuse it.
Okay, yeah. Obsidian, you bring back your summons as necromancers are wont to do in bringing things back, and you rush over there ready to confuse it as well. Great turn.
Yeah, you just see the words come together with Graves, Morticians, and then 4-round guarantee, and then they reform.
Nice. So, in that case, then, we're now on to Silaster's turn.
Hey. Silaster's just going to go 5, 10, 15. And hop to there. Just in case, because he saw what Ansel did. Ansel very courageously shot at it. It's like, uh-oh. So Silaster's just going to get just in case. And that's it.
Okay, it's its turn. I would like... Silaster and the grieving widow in front of it to perform a reflex saving throw, please. DC 18.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, it did it again!
Ah,
Bloody did it again!
so fast, that one.
That one's on its
5.
toes! Beautiful.
Okay, so you only take half of this then. I'll roll it first. What's half of 31?
15.
Round
down.
up.
15.
15. Silaster and the grieving widow in the front takes 15 points of bludgeoning damage as it basically just slams its great blade into the ground and just draws it across the ground like it's wading through water, hurling a cone of debris at you. Silaster, what is it like as you see these massive rocks hurtling towards you, yet you only take half the damage?
Oh, yeah. There's a moment where he attempts to start evading all of them. Like, he tries to hop, jump, and then realizes in an instant he just can't do it. He turns his back on it and then just kind of suffers the rest of the brunt of it on his back.
That's awesome. That took its entire combat turn to do that. So that is its turn. We're back to the top of the round. Ansel. Oh, and that was 4, so we're now on 3.
Yeah, Ansel's just going to keep... He's going to move again just to the edge there so I can get back in a single turn. But just to really split his focus, I'll throw an Eldritch Blast, but I don't think... It obviously can't affect it, but it might just overwhelm it, you know, fill up its buckets of stress.
Mm-hmm.
So 25 to hit, but...
25 is a hitch.
But it's obviously got spell resistance, so...
Oh yes, of course, yep. So another blast like rings into it and it goes like it's calling for your death, it seems, with that noise. Anything else on the turn, Ansel?
No, I'll move and just do that.
Okay, Obsidian.
I know none of my spells are going to work apart from, like, there's 2 very specific ones.
Okay.
If I have them, no, it's the next level. Okay, so what I can do, and I think... sorry, level 2, right. Sorry, I couldn't find it on my spell list. I know I had it. Radiate illumination, 20-foot radius. So, do you know what's going to get the one behind it as well? Mm-hmm. Or will it get the one in front of it? Yeah, so actually, I can rig it so that it gets the golem, and it'll be getting my owlbear in the front, but not the grieving window at the back, so it's like an edge there.
Okay, what's going on?
I take... I'm going to have to move towards it, I think. To about there. So I move forward to about there. Take a coin, cast darkness, and just lob it in that region over here.
Very good. Okay, yeah, so in that case then, let's see if we can we draw that, I wonder?
Yeah, I think we can. So if it's a 20-foot,
do you want to do where it emanates from? If you ping where it emanates from.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it'll be there.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, that's perfect.
It's more circular, but that just covers the area because it's a 20-foot radius, and yeah. So basically, that square is just complete darkness, magical darkness.
Oh, okay. I'm just having to look.
I had to move forward in order to be close enough to actually throw the thing in, but
yes, okay, very good. That's really good. Anything else on your turn, Obsidian?
Nope, I've moved. I've cast. That is me.
I've completely blanked. Did the Grieving Widows attack?
Oh no, they didn't. Thank you for remembering.
That's okay. Yeah, I was like, I swear they didn't. I have been known to forget things.
We'll do the one at the back first. It still will get the flanking because the one at the back can actually now see.
Sure.
First claw. Ooh. Possibly a crit, but you can't crit them.
So it is a hit.
So it's just a hit.
Mm-hmm.
Second claw. 14, that's a no. And then the bite is a 7. And then the other one is now also blind, so it will be a 50% miss chance.
It is,
1,
yeah.
2, 3.
Oh, man.
So I'll roll a d4, and if it's odd, it hits.
Okay.
So 1, no, 2, no, 3. All right. So the bite has a possibility hitting. It's a 10, so it doesn't. Trying to do that nice and fast. So it gets 1 hit, the one at the top, which does 6 points of damage. So probably none.
Yeah, you just see this darkness descend upon the great beast, but all you can hear is just like the sounds of like scraping attacks from the grieving widow. You likely will hear the retaliation as well, but that is not yet. Silaster.
Although seeing what Obsidian's done, Silaster runs over. I can't do what I wanted to do, but I can just get to here. As he's running towards Obsidian, he's like, what the? It's something in Elvish, but you can kind of hear him. He's like, what the hell, man? Just in Elvish. It's just like, come on! As he runs to run in front of you there.
I'm slowing it down. It's fine.
But that's more than one move, so that's all I can do.
Very good.
And activate my Child of Shadows. But,
Much appreciated.
We are now on it, and Obsidian, based on what it's going to do with its turn, I think it'll just be fair if you roll it. We'll stick to that. Odds, it gets a chance to hit. Evens, it will miss.
Okay, so odds it hits.
Odds, it hits.
It's even.
So in that case, then it will have to expend a second attack to try and do that. Would you mind rolling again?
Same again. Mm-hmm. Odds, that is a hit.
That is a hit.
If it hits, of course, but it would have to fuck up massively to miss, I'd imagine.
Because magical darkness can't be seen through with dark vision, can it?
No, the Grieving Widows also have dark vision.
Just double checking. Yeah, I thought so, but there we are. Wow, that is definitely going to be a hit.
Okay.
And this is, as the second attack has always been, this will be the blade, so this will be slashing damage, so maybe that will help the Grieving Widow as well. Oh, that is a missed
Probably not.
die. I've got it, there we go. Oh, wow. That is 31 points of slashing damage.
So 25, 26. No, still dead.
You just hear
with the damage reduction, dust.
Silaster, as you run across to Obsidian saying, what the hell, man? You just hear this, boom, and you just see an owlbear skull just fly out and smash against the cliffs nearby. But they had to do a full round of attack to complete that action, so that is now its turn. Meaning we're back to the top of the round. 2. Ansel, your turn.
I'm just trying to see if I can see through magical darkness.
You'll be able to sense things in there if you have your dark, if you have your like magic thing on. But actually, would you be able to sense something
true.
that is?
There's
not...
very little that can see through magical darkness.
Yeah, I don't think you will.
Cancel it with like sunlight, I think, but light doesn't.
Yeah, the sunlight spell or the daylight
see
spell.
invisibility, but I can't see.
It's daylight. That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not going to, and because it's actually a void of magical energy, and it actually won't be detected.
It's just like
by
one big
read magic or detect magic, which makes them even more dangerous that they can't be detected in such a way.
I'll just move back to over here then.
Yeah, so
by the gate,
rush
ready
back
to go through it when it's ready.
You, as you reach the gate, you can see that it is, like it's more than half done. Now you can see these lines of red energy appearing to almost seem like grain in wooden paneling, almost forming in the air before you, but not quite ready for use as of yet. Obsidian.
I mean, I was looking for, because I had darkness, was But I've realised it's not actually part of my thing. Darkness is, but I was looking for solid cloud for some reason. I must have been confusing myself with another character. Let's see, how far can I... Okay. So, same. Moving back towards it. And... I think... Oh, go on, we'll use a level 2. Just the one. She's back. I use a level 2.
Do you need to be able to see where you're summoning?
I actually don't think you do. Let me just have a quick look at the spell.
I have a sneaking suspicion that you might need to. I could be wrong.
Just take a wee look. I can hear how badly I type. There's one summoned creature effect, close range, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Doesn't say. Doesn't say. So I could just have it appear there.
No, you know what? I'm gonna say you can, because you could still point at the darkness and it be summoned. Because it's not preventing your magic going through it, it's just darkness, so you're just casting into the darkness. So I'm fine with it being there. I just was curious.
Well, I mean,
for future use, we can determine that you... Yeah, but that's fine.
For sure, okay. So yeah, the skull that zoomed off and flew out sort of goes zipping back in, and using my magic reforms itself back into my first Grieving Widow. Because that was only 3 rounds that one had been there for, or 2 rounds. And there's a 4-round guarantee. So, yeah, do that, and then they will both have their goes again. So we'll go with the top one first.
Yes.
11. 21.
21 is a hit.
Lovely. And then 16, so no. And then the
miss.
bottom one obviously is deep in the... so odds will hit. Or will try to hit.
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
And yes.
Sweet.
So the second attack will attempt 27.
Is a hit.
Beautiful. And then 19 with the bite.
Miss.
Is a miss. Okay, so we got 2 hits. And they're both claws, which means we do 20 points of damage. But that's over 2 hits, so take off twice whatever damage reduction.
So...
but they're doing their job.
They absolutely
I am
are.
throwing up lots so that you guys aren't having to fight it, because I genuinely think that it could kill any one of us in 1 round. Right?
I think it could, if it was lucky, it could. I think it wouldn't take longer than 1.5 rounds.
I think it would kill me in 1 round. Because it did easily 50 points of damage to one of my owlbears before. So you guys might not.
I think me and Mike have slightly more health, but yeah.
I did take a ricochet.
It's your turn.
I'll just run there as a faint intersecting thing, because who knows what it's going to do, and I'm just going to ready an action that if it for some reason decides to emerge within range, I will attack.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know what it's going to do. And that's it.
Okay. And you move there as well, Silaster. You hear an almighty roar. The Grieving Widow will get, and only the one in front of it, because of what it's attempting to do, the Grieving Widow will get an attack of opportunity, but only the one in front of it.
Will the Grieving Widow get an attack of opportunity if the Grieving Widow can't see it?
It won't be hard to miss, put it that way.
Okay. All right.
What it's doing, it will be almost a sure.
I think we should we'll roll the mischance.
Yeah.
So odds.
Yeah.
Did that roll?
Oh, it did.
Oh,
yes,
it did.
yeah,
Good.
and that is a success.
So
you get a chance to hit. Yep.
19.
Sadly, just shy. As the great flesh golem is going to attempt to overrun the grieving widow, because it realizes that it is failing its duty by just standing here in that darkness. So the attack opportunity has been achieved. The grieving widow has a choice, and I suppose it's down to your orders, Obsidian. So your choice. Does it stand and attempt to hold back the storm, or does it try and avoid the?
No, it's going to stand.
Very well. In that case, if the opponent chooses to block, we need to do an oppose strength check, opposed by the defender's dexterity or strength. So,
right.
Yeah,
but it's going to get a plus whatever because of its size.
Because of its vast amount of size advantage over it. Yes, it will.
Are you just going to add whatever number you normally would above medium, and I'll add +4 because my creature's large?
Oh yeah, you add +4 because you're large, because I'll be adding all of the pluses because of
all the extra pluses, because that's added above medium. Otherwise,
yes, and as a point also, its strength is absolutely astronomical. So if this doesn't work, I will be surprised. Just to put it plain, let's do this.
So strength +4, 17.
It is not enough.
I mean, it's not bad. It's a skeleton. It doesn't have any muscles.
So it just does its base melee damage against the Grieving Widow, as it can now move its normal movement over it. So we'll do that first then.
Okay.
So the base bludgeoning damage, I'm afraid, because it's being trampled.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is 22 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And let me just quickly... I need
kind
to
of
grab
crumpled
it,
a bit underneath
grab
it,
it
but
by its
immediately
base.
reforms.
Well, it actually is prone as it falls to the ground. That's also a point.
Yeah,
the owlbear is now
cool.
prone. And... Oh, God. It's hard to see with all that there. There we go. It charges through the darkness. That's one shy. I do apologise. Oh, I think he's under it. Sorry. Which gets it to there, which means it can now poke its head out of the darkness and see.
I'm just going to move the owlbear. In
Yeah,
fact, I'll
that's
leave the
fine.
owlbear there. We'll remember it was 3 across.
Yeah.
3 of its own length across.
Is it in range of my ready maneuver?
So you are at more than at its base, sure.
I mean, I took it as a ready action, so I'll use the ready action. Salasta, as it's running towards him, you see he gets like a shadowy blade come across one hand, but then you see him do it with the other one as well, as 2 shadow blades cross both his hands, as he attempts to cut at whatever hamstrings this thing has.
Probably the accumulation of lots of different hamstring.
Pretty much.
Different creatures.
Let's see. Nope, never mind. Poor roll.
So your readied action triggers that then. I'm guessing its overrun counts as its attack, because it is an attack action, so it done that and it's moved.
It's the maneuver, yeah.
Yeah, so that's its turn. Your readied action triggered Silasta, which brings us back to the top of the round then. The last round before the gate is before you all. Ansel, it's your turn. You see out of the magical darkness this massive shaped looms over Silasta, who makes some movement with a shadowy strike of his own, but the power of it is just dissipated against the sheer mass of this foe. What do you do?
So as the only thing I can do which might have an impact on it, I'm going to try and curse it.
Okay.
So we'll save DC 16.
DC 16, okay. It surpasses that number, I'm afraid.
That's okay. It's just all I could do, so I thought I'd throw it in there.
Yeah, whatever fell
Other
power
than
it
that-
is of yours, it reaches out to it, but there isn't, like... There is no soul, there is no essence of this thing for the curse to grab onto it. That, with it has some sort of shield up against that as well. Anything else, Ansel?
Nope, that's it.
Obsidian, you too have seen this thing looming out of the darkness. What do you do?
Well, okay. We'll move my 1, 2, 3. She can move to there easily, but she's in the darkness. My other one will stand. Is that a move action?
Half your movement is to stand, so you can use half your
Right,
movement.
so
and
she
still
can stand, but
attack.
she can
Yeah.
attack from where she is. I think she's in range to attack.
Yep, she's in range. Yeah, definitely.
So they will both... They'll take their attacks first. Again, just, I suppose, trying to get its attention. However, there's a wee gap, so I don't think either of them can see. So we'll just do the 1, 2, 3. So that's the first one as a possibility of hitting there. The other two do not. No, take 2 off of that. I was rolling still the flanking, which actually technically it is flanking with Silaster. The other one isn't, so we'll roll another 3. 1, 2, 3. So the second claw and the bite. This one definitely isn't flanking.
Okay.
So 1 claw, 22.
Nice. Yeah, that's a hit.
And the bite is a 5, so no.
Okay. Well, still 1. There we go.
11 points of damage.
Okay, great.
And then... Oh, Obsidian will move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's next to Ansel. And will cast False Life on himself. So he can go above his health amount. False Life is 1d10 plus 1 per caster level, maximum 10, so 1d10 plus now 7. So he gets 11 extra hit points on top of his maximum. So now I probably could survive 1 round against it.
Amazing. I like to think as well, as you cast False Life, your necromantic energy, like, wilts the letters in the grains of sand, so all of the font changes to twisted, curled up, like dying letters as you draw that into those temporary hit points for yourself. So the words around you look like a band poster. Anything else on that turn at all, Obsidian?
Nope. That is me.
Silaster, the Clash Golem that looms so high above you, you would actually have to crick your neck to look up at it from how close it is to you. It's just stampeding towards you. You have seen what it can do when it gets up all round of attacks. With that in mind, what do you do?
The downside is I can also see how close it is to the bowl and the gate and how big these weapons are. Like, if I can hold it for 1 round, in theory, we'll be okay.
Mm-hmm. You glory-seeking beauty.
Very brave, Silaster. Very brave. What do you do?
Obsidian is yelling, "Run away!" I am yelling, "Fucking do it, Mike!"
So, I'm actually going to provoke an attack of opportunity off it.
It will absolutely take it.
Psychopath.
AC?
19.
That is a hit.
Wait, I didn't move enough? Nope, never mind.
Just been stood there, so that is a hit.
Yes.
with its primary weapon. So that's the mace. That will be 23 points of bludgeoning damage to you, Silaster.
Okay.
As it just slams down at you, and just the force of it just knocks you back. What do you now do now that the attack of opportunity has been spent?
I need to check because basically I was going to attempt a sunder, but because I don't have improved sunder, I provoke an attack of opportunity.
It's discounted if the attack of opportunity hits. You fail the sunder.
Then I have failed a sundering.
Shiza. Is that all? Well, that's that. You have your movement as well.
I do have my movement.
No, run away!
So 5, 10, 15, 20. Get my cloak activated. One final buffer between us, it, and the thing.
Very good. Very good indeed. And gallant as well, as you stand there sort of waiting in your combat stance. You stand there...
I'll be honest, I went to a punch and attempt to shatter that big long sword arm thing. And as I did, its fist just came out of nowhere and just went, no.
Just smashed you. And you find yourself thrown back and then forced back. You then ready yourself again. And Silaster, you were effectively the man that tried to stop the tide, standing upon the end of the world as an insurmountable force rushes towards you. It is the flesh golem's turn. And it will go into a full charge. It can easily reach you from where... 5, 10, 15, 20.
It's moving and then attacking. Do both of my things get attacks of opportunity?
It moved and attacked, and that does provoke attacks of opportunity. Yes, absolutely, Obsidian.
So one attack from each, if they can, because it would have still been in the darkness at the time. So
okay.
No.
So
they both try.
They can sort of sense it's moving
they
away
swing into the darkness.
But they swing into the darkness. This thing just brings up its massive mace and just swings down at you, Silaster. Is your AC... Wait, you moved enough to do something, didn't you?
Yeah, my mischance from my Child of Shadows.
So
but let's just see if it hits, and then if not, if it does, which I'm sure it will on 19.
That is a hit. So what's the mischance again? It's 20%, right?
20%.
Fingers
Let's
crossed.
See.
Come on!
Yeah! Oh my god! It swings this massive mace hand, and Obsidian Ansel, you watch the ground where Silaster, at least where you think Silaster is, just explodes from the impact of it. But Silaster, you're not there. How did you evade the attack?
Oh, you didn't notice Silaster jumped at the last second, leaving just an after image. He was so quick off the ground, and you look up in the air, and it's like, hey, that was a close call.
The sound of the impact actually has a comic book style, wham, in the air for a moment that dissipates away, and then debris, spelt as debris, starts raining down all around you. But then you see that Silaster stands untouched by the strike. We are now back to the top of the round. Ansel, you turn and you see that the gate has activated, and it's now as if before you see a source of a river, but of blood flowing through the cracks of this magical door that has appeared at the stone plinth. What do you do?
Ansel looks to the others and he says, "Gentlemen, time to depart," and he's just going to go through.
Yeah, is your movement... Yeah, you're right there. Yeah, you can rush through. Obsidian, Silaster, you see Ansel go. Ansel is clear. Obsidian.
Agreed. Silaster, come on. As he's there, I want to, I don't want to leave him hanging, so I'm going to ready to go through the gate the second he does.
That's very wise, because as we move to Silaster's turn... oh no, you'll be able to just do a withdrawal, technically. It's up to you, really, unless you want to do anything else.
I mean, I was going to be quite flashy and use my shadow jaunt to teleport to the door and be like, "Come on," and then step through.
That's rad. Very
Leave
good.
Obsidian alone.
Totally in control.
No, Obsidian was like about to step through, but like, yeah, it's all good. We're good. And then readied
my
action
goodness.
once he's through.
Incredible.
I'm also through.
And Obsidian, as you move through, you just see this massive shape looming towards the door as it could get to that base and be within the threat range of that. But you are already gone. And you just hear a roar as yeah, you are returned.
Oh no.
Oh, it's just me.
I've gone blind! I've come back through and I'm blind!
Oh yes, I forgot we deleted you, didn't we? Oops.
Yes.
It's just me.
Is
Weirdly, I can
Ansel
see.
not there as well?
No one, just me.
That's not true. Cry is there.
Where's Cry? Oh, Cry is there. Hey, Cry.
That's fine. It's lucky that
Why
I
I
didn't
can
move
see.
from there. Then it's alright. I'm taking you from there. So, right. So, Ansel, you're the first one through then, and you find yourself like sliding across the blood-stained floor of. There we are. The chamber, followed by Silaster, and then Obsidian. And you, in fact, you note that you turn around and you see that as the pages of this book just lie flat open, and you come through this gate that has sort of like been written out of it, and then as you tumble out, you just feel like a howling of wind, tossing your hair and your clothing, like a scream almost. For a moment, you see letters trying to reach forward to try and ensnare you. The points of W's and the curves of C's trying to latch onto you for a second before the billowing of the wind flips the book closed. Boom! And it slams like a castle gate with the sound of it. And then all is still, all is quiet.
Celasta takes himself to the doorframe, leans against it, whilst nursing about 4 broken ribs, and just painfully knocks back a cure light wounds, because ouch.
Wow, yeah, you
I
took
got surprisingly
Whoa.
low.
I don't think there's a surprise in that. There's no surprise in that.
I'll do.
So, do we think now that if we were to take that book with us, right, and come up against a really nasty enemy and just go like that, hold it out in front of us, we're essentially
We'd
gonna
get dragged
transport
into
some...
it.
Would we? If we weren't raiding it? Use it as a weapon?
I suspect it's the book and not the site.
Okay, maybe, burn it. Destroy it!
It may have
Well, I don't go
useful
there again.
qualities at some point, but
Yeah, we really don't know what was that world about. It was about utter
Yeah.
destruction. I don't ever want to see that again.
Each of you can either make a knowledge arcana or a knowledge or a spellcraft check, whichever you prefer.
They are equal, I think.
You have
I
your
have
thing
the-
as well now, Silaster. What does that give you again?
Yeah, sense magic. If I
Oh.
do a caster level roll against a DC 10 plus the level of the item, I can figure out its magical properties.
Sure.
For example, a +2 suit of armor,
Yeah,
a
sure.
flaming longsword,
Okay.
that kind of thing.
Okay, I can quickly check the level of the item.
17 and 14 for Ansel and Obsidian on, I'm assuming, Knowledge Arcana.
Who got the 17?
That would be me.
Okay.
I'll prep my...
Yeah, do you
Oh, it doesn't matter, I got 9 anyway.
Yeah. Ansel,
Too much
you have like this sort of like this rough sense of what this is. In a way, it's kind of familiar. Obsidian, you're very familiar with this sort of thing too. Now that you're sort of able to like put two and two together, the experience of being in there and what the item is, you can tell that the magic about this thing is not too dissimilar to that of your very own bag of holding. Now, bag of holdings are actually quite difficult to create. They're not actually very easy to come by, which makes you all very, very lucky to have one. But yeah, you're absolutely right. That this must have been some kind of pocket realm that you were in. One that had been purposely created, written, as it were, into existence.
Wow. Okay. Why don't we take it and bind it shut for now, so that it doesn't accidentally fall open and we catch a glimpse of it? Because oh my god, that was horrible.
You're able to take a belt from one of the dead blood judges, and you're able to lash maybe two of them even around it, just so you
all
properly.
the belts. I go around and gather everyone's belt. It's a massive belt around this book now.
Very good.
Oh hell no.
I have a query. Doesn't something terrible happen if you put a bag of holding into a pocket dimension into a bag of holding? Would we know that?
Yeah, Obsidian with that check would know that that would usually be the case.
Let's not put it in the bag of holding.
I'll just put that in my normal rucksack. I think we've all got storage of some sort. For now, we'll take it and put it in the safe house, I would imagine. I'm not sure we'll.
The crooked nook.
We'll keep it once I get the cart back from its refurbishment.
Yeah, I mean, you were already in it with a bag of holding, so maybe if you'd opened the bag of holding whilst you're inside, then something might have happened. Who knows?
Oh, yeah, that's a very good point.
Who knows, though, if you'd opened it, that might have been a different story.
Also, I don't think bag of holdings going into pocket dimensions are a problem. I think it's the other way around. I think it's specifically when you
I see.
put a pocket dimension. Is it? I think.
I'm really
I
not
can't
sure.
remember.
I know.
I'm sure I've read something about it. It might not
I
be
think,
true.
as I recall, in the book, it hints that it might be a thing, and all fans of D&D have basically made up a thing about it, but it's never been explicitly stated. It's not an official rule, so it's very much down to the DM.
Yes, and I think we shall leave that as a mystery for now, unless you want to test it, in which case we will learn.
Unless you want to try taking a portable hull and shoving it into a bag of holding. Nuke test.
And just for the record, I've copied that tome into my token page. So if you ever want to bring it out, if you ever want that on the field, then that can now be brought out at your leisure. You find yourself returned to the home of Derek Redhaven. What do you want to do?
Well, I know it's. So I was hoping to go through this other door over here that we didn't go through.
Yeah, sure.
I know we're slightly earlier than normal, but I'm rather busting for the wee. So I'm wondering if we might take our break in the next few minutes. Just we
can certainly.
Or I can just run
very
through
shortly. We can do that very shortly. Let's just do this because it won't take very long, I don't imagine. Okay.
I open the book and go back in it.
No, mother.
Just deny you a pee break.
There we are. So the last place unexplored in this house appears to be a lavish bedroom. Inside there appears to be a writing desk and a very plush looking bed.
Emperor size.
Yes.
Oh, thank God I could do with a nap.
And inside that desk, we'll learn what's inside that desk in a few short moments then. By all means then, we will take the break a little bit early. So in that case, we'll be back very shortly. For those of you watching live or Artifact, thank you ever so much for joining us. Please, if you don't already, give us a follow. We'd really appreciate it. We're really looking forward to getting to 50 followers on Twitch. And if you're not already, subscribe on Performance Check on YouTube as well. We'll be back very shortly. Thanks for watching. And we're back, and we return to the strangers. They have just entered the boudoir of the vampire. Boudoir of the vampire. That sounds like a knockoff Anne Rice novel, isn't it? Yeah,
Mills and Boone.
Mills and Boone meets Anne Rice. Yes. But within there's this plush furniture. There's this writing desk as well. It is the last room that you needed to explore in this place.
Other than the library we went in originally, of course. But
yeah, you've obviously got some investigation to do, but in terms of the layout of the structure, you now have got to grips with it, pocket dimensions and all. So with that said, what would you like to do?
I say, have a little nap. This bed looks very comfortable, chaps.
Let's have a search of the desk.
And there's space for 3, if you'll notice. Look.
Can you give me a search check, please? And you can all make it as well if you like.
Not my worst.
Well, bugger me.
13.
19. I'll take it.
20.
Answer!
Actually,
With no bonus.
actually quite a hard
Beautiful.
check, but you actually start looking through this, and there doesn't appear to be anything of much consequence. Fresh parchment, a few bottles of ink here and there, some of them slightly more red than others, and actually vials of blood, human blood. But Ansel, because that was so good, as you're sort of rummaging, you actually think to put your hand in the drawer, and then you do this. And you feel something metal latched onto the top of the drawer. So if you were to open the drawer, you wouldn't see it. But you produce a very small key. Probably about like a couple of like an inch or two long. That's about it. And yeah, that's the only thing of real significance you find in the writing drawer, the writing desk.
Well, we'll take that. Definitely.
Have we found anything locked so far?
Well, you've yet to
Not
search the
yet.
other rooms properly. The only 2 rooms you've searched are the bloody chamber and this chamber. You didn't really do a search of the other rooms.
Yeah.
Well, let's search the other rooms, I suppose. I don't think if there's nothing
Yeah, I
else.
think that's probably worth it.
Yeah, so you enter this, and this looks to be like an office. And whereas the dusty library downstairs, well, is very dusty, and because it's very dusty, indicates it hasn't been used very much. This is a very different story. There appear to be a large number of gaps in bookcases that line the walls, where books were once there and then hurriedly removed. There is also another large desk here with a number of drawers. There is also a large sheaf of parchment that rests upon the actual top of the desk as well.
Well, let's take a look at the sheath. Sheath.
Can you give me a spot check, please?
It's 3. Just double check that. 12.
Okay.
Yes.
Just seems like a blank sheaf of parchment, but it would seem that something was definitely written in a hurry on whatever piece of parchment that was on top of it when it was written.
Ooh, I know what to do. Let's take a rubbing.
Shall we do a rubbing? Let's get rubbing.
The rubbing.
Obsidian
continued.
will do another rubbing. It's my
Yeah.
my area of expertise. Love a good rubbing.
Ribbons.
break out a bit of charcoal.
Yeah, you do so, and you're able to make out what looks like the last couple of sentences of some flowing script. You recognise the handwriting to be the same in the book. So this does seem to have been written by Derek Redhaven himself. And the only bit that you can make out is the work continues. The Feast of Welcome served as a glorious experiment. I am convinced that the omens of the prophecies need not be waited for, but engineered. So yeah, that's that. I was looking to copy it, but I realised I haven't got my my doc open on my laptop.
Got the general gist.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. We don't know what the omens are yet, do we?
No,
Not that
but
I
we still have
recall.
plenty of places to look.
Yes, we do.
Yes. So that's what you make from that. There are a number of books that line this room. Would you be attempting a search around this general area as well? Like,
Yeah.
we're just reading what you can and...
Yep, I was just waiting for the time. That's exactly what we'll be, what I would be doing. Absolutely. So I think initially we would have, of course, gone and looked at the desk and what was written there. But then it's just a case of scouring the.
Would you like to
books.
take a 20 or take 10?
I mean, we'll take 10. I don't think we're in a mad rush, but we're not exactly secure in this place given everything that's happened.
I mean, I'm still going to roll because I might be able to do
I'll,
better than 12.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I think I will roll. as
Never
well,
mind. I'm like,
actually. So I did one better than I would have done if I took 10 with 13.
Okay, that's great. Ansel, do you want to try as well, or you
Is
want
it
to
a
leave it?
search?
It would be a search,
Well,
yeah.
I'm not going to let it.
You're just really enjoying that rubbing.
Celasta just goes back to the room and has a quick power nap. He's like, nope.
Let me just... Oh, nice. Okay, so
Just trying to sort of
Obsidian,
cross-reference.
your
things.
role is enough for you to get surface information from a number of these books. Now, as you start looking through them, and because even with it's still a skill check, so you're not critically failing, you're not doing something stupid. You just you're still able to look into these books and see what they are. You note that these are effectively journals. Journals that, from start to finish upon this bookcase, you estimate, with that roll of 13 Obsidian, probably span, at the very least, 200 years.
Okay.
And while that's obviously great theoretically, you don't have
The time to read all
Exactly.
of that.
But what you skim of this, you get 6 points. I rolled to see how many points you would receive from a successful search check. So you can get 6 topics that are generally discussed in these journals that I will read to you if you wish.
For sure. I mean, obviously I'm looking for things specifically relate. I am keeping the 4 gates stand upon points of a star and all of that stuff in my head while I'm looking at this, see if any of that comes up. And very much the omens that were spoken of. But yeah, just generally useful information.
Okay. I'm just quickly grabbing something here. So yeah, you were able to leaf through a number of these journals, and you get like a vague ideas about some of them. The first thing you read is the first thing you read is a history of dragons in Orenthale. You receive effectively like an examination of this realm's close connection with dragons, along with a few notable names, which I won't ask you to spell. I will send these over to you.
Thank you so much.
Such is the way with the draconic names.
Very much appreciated. Yeah, absolutely.
But among them is Dezuna, Graudugrim, Jetalrix, Phosphar, and Drachnis.
Cool.
You also get another one is detailing the line of kings of Orenthale, starting all the way back with Orenakar to the current king, old King Dectus himself, who reigns, as you know, at Valdenor to this day. And there is a note that Darek was there, and in quotations, was there when he chose his scale as a boy.
Scale, that's one of the symbols.
So
Unless it means a different type of scale.
the symbol of a scale that you saw was of weighing scales.
This is a dragon scale. This
This-
the draconic relationship that Valdenor has.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
So that, in fact, you can actually do a history check for that Obsidian if you like. In fact, you can all give a history check. Obsidian, you'll be able to add your either usual level or your history, whichever is better.
It'll just be intelligence, but at my level,
11.
50.
Quite hard.
16.
Obsidian, you will recall, and this is because you have lived there. There is a story that whenever a new king is coronated within Valdenor, they effectively choose a scale from a vast dragon that stands in the center of the royal court. And depending on the colour of the scale, it is said that denotes the kind of king that ruler will be.
Ooh. Oh shit! that could be bad, couldn't it?
Well, that's it, because you know that depending on what colour the dragon is, depends very much on their nature, their temperament, their abilities. So that, but transposed onto what kind of king you could be a very interesting, very eclectic.
Do I believe
mix.
the current king to be a fairly good king? We think he's good.
Old King Dectus has ruled for as long as you can remember. Actually, he is probably close to 50 years, maybe even a bit more. But he's been around a while. You have no indication that he... Well, this is a good question. Would you know with a 16? No, you won't know with a 16 what scale old King Dectus took, but...
No, just sort of a rough idea of like whether we think he is particularly tyrannical or... Like, I think, as far as I'm aware, my life in Valdenor has been generally all right. Bit mundane, but all right.
Yeah, so he as a king has been generally speaking, is known for being quite a competent ruler. Like, he rules well. There's no like drama though. Like, he isn't known as like a romantic king or a warlike king. Like, he appears to be kind of pragmatic, a little bit cold as well, a bit cool on the
Like his foreign policy.
Yeah, like he's very unmoving, unflinching. tactical and calculating is the best word, I would say. He is a calculating king. He knows how to make sure a kingdom runs well, that sort of thing. So that's something of interest to learn, that you just learn generally about the history of the area, and the fact that obviously this man has lived for hundreds of years and has been able to first-hand sort of make a reckoning of this ruler. There is also a frustrated account that speaks about the cult of the Lightbreaker. And in it, there is sort of like an annoyed deconstruction of who a deconstruction of an identity of a particular person that he is trying to identify. Basically, you see that Derek has been trying to learn the identity of an individual known as the Curse Broker. And that a recent foray with the cult of the Lightbreaker led to the loss of a powerful amulet known as the Sun Amulet.
Interesting.
For more information, please watch The Kingdom of the Curse Broker, also available on Performance Check on YouTube.
I wondered if it was something to do with the Curse Breaker.
That was the cult of the Lightbreaker in that little mission that you guys played through. So there we go. That was the Lightbreaker, the Curse of the Lightbreaker. So that was another thing. The other thing you read, I know there were 6. I said there were 6. I was wrong. The last thing that you find is a written word of the omens themselves. And while they aren't denoted as to what they are, it is said that the omens were first read at the Sanctuary of Sight in the Valley of the Prophet.
It's on our to-go list.
Yeah.
You remember the Valley of the Prophet, or the Heretic, depending on who you ask, is sort of southeast of your location. Certainly a journey to get there as well. And from what you probably know of the land already, Obsidian, you know that there is not entirely hospitable place. It is not a hospitable place.
Bloody unfriendly.
And that's all with your check you're able to get. But that's like a few little trails that you learn from his good many volumes of these journals.
Imagine if we had someone who was like good at research.
You do note that there are a number of volumes, particularly more recent volumes, missing, out of order from the case. Clearly,
yeah, and you said there were books missing, so obviously he's taken some important tomes with him, probably relating to his current stuff, which is what we're after. So that's sort of a Did I
ask you to conduct? There was one further check as well. Did you? I'm just going to ask because I can't remember if you did or not. Did you ask about the actual desk itself?
I thought that's where the thing was.
All these journals.
We did a rubbing of.
Yeah, so that was on top of the desk. The journals are all on the bookcases around you. There are a number of drawers as well. One of them.
Oh, we would have searched the drawer. I thought that was part of the search of the desk.
Yeah. In that case, then, yeah.
No, definitely would have searched.
Just so I was aware, because I didn't want to not say, and then one of them. You note that they're just drawers, mostly empty or filled with odd bits. There's actually a pristine silver dagger that is a masterwork dagger.
Yoink.
But with the silver property, so obviously affects creatures affected by silver.
I mean, hey Ansel, here. Or Silas. I don't care. I'm not much for daggers. I don't think I'd be much use with it.
There also appears to be a strange magical device that almost looks like it almost looks like a spray top. You know, if you get like a cleaning bottle and you like got a trigger and it goes tsh, and it atomizes liquid. It's effectively like a device that looks like that, just on its own, resting there in the desk. And there is a small compartment also which has a small keyhole.
Would you look at that? We've got a small key.
Ah.
Hey, Ansel.
Yeah, I'll open it up.
Fantastic. You open it to discover...
If it fits.
It does, yeah. And
do a will check. Oh
no.
Transported into Draw World. Oh no.
You slide the door open and there are 3 volumes inside. I just need to quickly bring something up. Because I should have had your a character sheet up would be very helpful. Let's just bring one up here. So you won't need to do a check on this because it is fairly self-explanatory what they are. Inside there are 3 volumes of rather old but intricately decorated books. You know instantly these are tomes of worldly memory. And you know that if each of you would spend a minute of reading or scanning through this, you would... Is it a minute? That doesn't seem right. I'm going to say 8 hours, but you can do so during a rest. There are 3 of these volumes. One is a tome of worldly memory for Arcana.
Mm-hmm.
The other is for Spellcraft. And the third is for Survival. If each of you were to read these, you would get an innate +5 to each ability if you were to read these books.
And is it single use?
Each of you could read them and get the benefit. So each of you, if you were to keep swapping them, would get +5 to Knowledge Arcana, to to Spellcraft and to Survival.
Well, then we will.
So Arcana, Spellcraft, Survival.
Spend a bit of
Got
time
some
doing
bedtime reading, boys.
during travel, I guess.
Yeah, you can each make a check to see if you can identify what the strange magic device is as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I use Detect Magic to assist myself?
You can, and I will say that you can either use the Use Magic Device skill to determine what it is, and you could, if you were doing that with your using magic, or you can do a Knowledge Arcana roll. Either can help identify what it is.
I'll try my new ability as well.
14 on Knowledge Arcana for me.
10.
Use Magic Device.
Oh,
that new skill is serving you well, Silaster.
Did you say you're new because that you have to read the book, or is that like when you've already got new for your level up, Silas? Or is that what you meant?
This was a level up.
Okay, that's cool.
It's just so weird.
Ansel,
20. Very nice.
You're the only one that really knows what this is, and it has got a specific name. This is a Vitality Atomizer.
Crikey. Sounds impressive.
It sounds mighty strange.
Yeah.
Effectively, this atomizes potions, specifically healing potions, when using them. This effectively means that when you put this on top of a healing potion, you make its use go from 1 to 3. So you can use a healing potion 3 times with an atomizer attached.
And the atomizer is reusable, presumably.
Yeah, you can put it on. It only works for the healing potions, but you imagine that there are more of these that would allow you to attach to different potions if you were to find them. But this one is for healing potions.
That's so cool. So essentially,
Yeah.
it means that in a space of time where you could only use one, you'd be able to use 3.
No. So what it does is you can use the same potion, but and it'll take the same action to use, but it won't get used up. So you effectively, one Cure Light Wounds potion becomes that you have 3 to use.
That's amazing. Silaster, you keep running out of potions.
I do keep running out of
Keep
potions.
that shit away from me, because that appears that's like a gun. That's like one cannon against me. I don't want that.
But yeah, and so you realise that this contraption could very well be like others that could be found across the world that will enable you to attach to other potions. So if you got a potion of mage armor, you might be able to have one for mage armor that you could use it like 3 or 4 or 5 times, for example.
That's so cool.
That is really cool. And can you use it for any level of...
Yeah, so you can
potion
use
or-
that for any level of healing potion that you have.
Do that.
Amazing.
I actually genuinely have to say, it's not often I come across items in game that I've not even considered before. That I have not. That's wicked.
It's
Yeah,
strong
that's
as well,
cool.
considering that you
Yeah.
can't put it onto any health potion. You could effectively have 3 versions of a cure
Cure serious.
mod or cure serious. Yeah. The only thing is, it
that's
doesn't
amazing.
change the cost of using it in a battle. It would still provoke attack of opportunities and things like that. It's
Of
just,
course.
you just have more of what you already have. So there we go.
That's so cool. Wicked. Wow.
And that draws us pretty much to a close as to what you can find in this room in terms of information and stuff, unless you have any thoughts.
No.
Just that we probably need to go to the valley.
This room isn't going anywhere. And in the future, we may find faster ways to travel magically, so may be able to come back here and do some more research if we need it, if we feel we need it. So I think we've got enough for now. I wouldn't say, because I did think for a minute maybe we just spend a bit of time trying to bundle as many books into the bag of holding as possible, transport the whole library, but that would be a waste of time, I think. So maybe we just check the downstairs library and see if there's anything in there, although I sort of suspect there's less in there than there is in here.
Well, I mean, I'll happily tell you if you were to move that way. I'll just load that up on our screens just so we can see the downstairs now.
Just on our way out.
You step past the ruin of the Blood Judges and what remains of them as they still fester there. It is,
Now
as
the
you
blood
say,
bubbles.
very much a public-facing library.
Yeah.
Were you to go back in... Sorry, I just realised it's not even been taken off the thing yet, has it?
Yeah, we didn't go in there last time.
You didn't. Well, but you have been in there before, so you know what you're looking at. Let's see if I load it up on here. Yeah. So. Oh God. There you go. It's that dusty room. And yeah, you can see the books are dusty because they simply haven't been used. But you find basically a rich assortment of general knowledge. If you were to go through it, you would probably learn more about the history of Bright Harbour.
There's just not enough time. I mean, there is. We're not on a massive time limit, but I think we really need to try and press on with figuring out what the hell is going on, because evil things are afoot.
Well,
I'd say we rest.
We should warn Portmaster Yorn.
What was his name?
Yeah, that Derek is a bad person and not to be trusted.
Yes, but
Just in
maybe
case he decides to come back.
don't straight up confront him or anything, because he's a bad person that will kill the hell out of you easily.
And while you do that, I'm going to head back to the brewer's boot to top up on the potions I consumed since the last fight. I've been there twice.
I think basically that's it. We're going to go. We'll tell the portmaster. I think Ansel's right, and then we'll go back to the safe house and rest for the night.
I will buy potions and do the same.
Yeah, certainly. And at this stage as well, I'll make it plain. Like, you can feel free to spend as much time in the city as you want. Like, you don't need to like rush away immediately if you don't want to. It's entirely up to you. Let's get some admin out of the way then. As we're saying, Silaster is going to get some potions. Then Obsidian and Ansel, are you going to Portmaster Yorn? Then is that right?
Yeah.
Let's
like
roll a D4, D6. Odds will start with Silaster. Evens will start with Obsidian and Ansel. One of you feel free to roll and let me know what it is, just because I'm moving away from the screen.
Go on, Silaster.
Do it.
Even.
So who was that? I said I've got.
Ansel and Obsidian.
Okay. So you return then, Ansel and Obsidian. You go to the great building that you've been before. It looks like it's been renovated out of like a vast galleon, but now been made into this great structure. And it isn't long before you're met by a steward. A man that says, I see you have returned. My master, the portmaster himself, spoke very highly of your escapades.
Well, that's good to hear. Unfortunately, we come with not the most positive of tidings.
I will let him know that you have arrived. He bustles off, and soon enough you are escorted back to the room where you had first met Portmaster Yorn. He's there once again. This big, broad man shows the sign of a rather successful life in trading. Ring on every finger, and vast mutton chops frame his rather stout face, and he says, "Ah, yes, the strangers."
Yeah.
As it was he who first heard the name. Though I am dismayed to see that you are one short. Must I be giving you condolences at this time?
Oh
No. Yeah, he's
doing
fine.
different work.
That is glad to hear.
He's doing some admin keep up. It's all good.
Ever since you arrived, that while it seemed to be hopeless, your arrival heralded a great change that allowed all of the hour ahead to be secured from the threat of those savages, those cultists.
Yes, well, we're very glad to have been of assistance, and we were pleased to see the dragon guard. All right.
Yeah, dragon.
Ridden. Dragon.
Well, they were Dragon Guard, but they'll go by Dragon Knights as well. That's fine.
Rode into the Arrowhead to rid the area of the Savage Doom.
Yes,
I'm not sure they're completely gone, but I think we're making very good progress.
I did implore the court of Valdenor to see to our plight when it became clear that we were completely unprepared for what we were facing. Though it is thanks to your quick thinking that we were able to send reinforcements to Coralquay, which in turn saved the settlement. Had you not done so, or had you not done so in time, that settlement may not be there anymore. This region has a lot to thank you for. And so do I. I was hoping that you would return here. As you might notice, that this is an opulent centre of trade. And while there are many great items and treasures that can be found in this place, nothing quite beats hard cash as a reward. And he presents 3 large bags of gold. There are 2,000 gold pieces for each of you.
Wow, that was unexpected. Why, thank you. Wow.
No, thank you.
Oh, did we say that our third member was still alive?
Yeah, long dead. He died. It was very sad.
Not but a second ago.
No, I'm very grateful. There's two things that we need to discuss. One is a request, which I know is a bit of a thing, as you've just given us 2,000 gold each, which is incredible. Small request. You are correct. There are lots of treasures here, but can you please encourage your local potion provider to restock their bloody supply, because
You're such a Karen. You're going to speaking to the manager.
yeah, I am, absolutely, because honestly I will have to call trading standards, because they were awful, but they are no, seriously, the other thing is that you are aware of Derek Redhaven.
Of course, a dear friend, all my life.
He's an
All
asshole.
your life. Oh. Okay. Well, we have
Got some bad
come
news.
across some troubling news, and we're not sure whether this has always been the case, whether it is now someone impersonating Derek, or whether it is Derek himself that has always been less than honest. But it would turn out that he has not got the best interests of the people at heart.
Absurd. His philanthropy, his work for the poor.
Yeah, he is. This is going to be difficult to hear.
He rehomes
And-
people from the streets. What could Derek Redhaven have possibly?
When he rehomes them, do
Where
you
does he
keep
rehome
track
them
of
to?
them after that?
Well, I've plenty
Or
of
do
things to
they-
do with my day with to keep track
Yeah,
of the many
do they
homeless
disappear?
that visit us in Bright Harbour. He suddenly
I
grows
have a
very
question
red
for you.
at this question and this questioning. What question would
When
you
was
ask
the
me
last
now?
time you saw? When was the last time you saw Derek Redhaven in daylight?
Broad daylight, yeah.
Broad daylight. Yes.
Well, that's preposterous. I mean, it would have been
For a nice seafront walk during the day.
Well, he's very busy, and so am I. I don't often get the chance to just be wandering around in the day. I mean, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I don't
Have you ever
mean,
seen him on a
often.
boat? Has he ever been on a? I mean, this is a harbour. There must be reasons to go out on
Crossing
boats all the
running
time.
Well, it's funny,
Crossing any
actually.
of
He
this
says he's
water.
not particularly fond of crossing
Yeah.
running water. It doesn't quite...
Has he ever had mole frite with garlic and onion sauce?
It has to be said his choices of food were somewhat bland when I last dined with him.
Yeah. He.
How does he like his steak?
Yes.
These may seem like unrelated questions, but have you ever heard of vampire Nosferatu?
Of course, I've heard the tales. What nonsense.
tales.
What utter
Absolute.
nonsense.
Yeah. Well, we are here today to assure you that those tales are entirely true, and as sad as it is, Derek Redhaven is an incredibly evil vampire. Just
Also
to
an
cut a long
ancient
story short,
vampire.
an ancient vampire. Yeah.
That is absolutely preposterous. I think I would
Fair
have
enough.
noticed if my good friend Derek Redhaven had
Well, he
been a vampire.
is not in his house at the moment. His house is filled with journals written by his own hand, and you now can go and search that house. Do not.
Let's take him with us to the house. We should go together as proof.
Listen, I'd be more than happy to accompany you to his house. I would like to see what he did with that mirror I bought him for his last birthday.
On the way, his manservant Bartiz. Did you ever see anything that wasn't cheese?
He had a taste for the fromage, I must admit.
Did he occasionally chew, like on a wooden boat?
I'm not here to judge, especially not such a loyal servant as Bartiz, who, as I understand, has served the Red Havens for many, many years.
Centuries.
Yes, including all of the other members of his family, and over the past years they have dwelled there.
Yes, he did consist of a lot of family members.
This is a very serious accusation, he'll say with a sudden turn. He'll be like, this is a very good friend of mine who I have dined with often and have spoken of many matters to do with to do with Bright Harbour.
Well,
he's integral to the structure of this city.
I'm assuming.
How long did you say you've known him?
Regular person, right?
I've known him about 40 years, I would say. As a matter of
40 years, and you would suspect that someone over the course of 40 years would look radically different.
Well, he does keep himself very well looked after.
Yeah.
But that's what money will.
Boss is an absolute idiot.
That's what money will do.
Great skincare. Well, we don't make these accusations lightly. We are more than prepared to offer evidence, proof.
What proof? I would have proof.
We will show you. You just have to come to his house with us and, have a look.
I am a very busy man. I will send my representatives with you, but
Okay.
I would not act against my dear friend of many years just on the words. Now, forgive me, helpful strangers, but strangers nonetheless.
Yeah, we are. You got it.
Now, if you don't mind, I am a rather busy man, and I have plenty of other things to see to.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, can I use detect magic to see if there's a spell or effect on him that might be addling?
That's a really good shout, actually.
Absolutely, you may.
The dark corners just get little eyes opening, and I'll just take a good look at our good friend Portmaster Yorn.
Yeah, certainly. So, would you like to tell me, just remind me? I don't know if you have it available to you, Dom. What you actually learn specifically with detect magic and read magic?
So detect magic is magical auras.
There is a magical aura coming from him, certainly.
So first round, second round, magical auras and the power of the most potent aura. And the third round, the strength of each aura, the items, and you are allowed to make spellcraft checks to determine the school of magic.
Then by all means, you can do a spellcraft check for me as well, please.
Cool.
You can actually get an idea of... there is a thing, Rob, but you would need to actually look at it, mate, because you need to know the level.
Yeah, I am.
He gets either faint, moderate, strong, or overwhelming, depending on the level of magic, which is a number to...
Yep, I have the level.
Which you get to know.
So I rolled a 24 on spellcraft.
I'm going to say that is enough. I would argue that while high, that does exceed the check that I would have in mind. because it would be technically be a level 5 spell effect that's currently at play. I would say 24 more than likely covers that, right? Are we in agreement?
Mm-hmm.
I
would say so. You don't actually have to tell him the exact level of the spell, just whether it's faint, moderate, strong, or overwhelming. That gives us a bracket.
It is overwhelming to the point of, shall we say, compulsion. It is from the enchantment school, otherwise known as mind affecting. This man is currently suffering under something that you've already seen happen. Something that you saw happen to Silaster that prompted him to walk into the ghoul glyph. This is dominate
vampire
person.
Hypno Eyes.
Dominate
Stupid
person.
Vampire Hypno Eyes.
Which is absolutely, the Hypno Eyes, innate ability of the vampires. All of them can do that.
Right.
So,
I don't have
his power anyway. So he is incredibly enchanted currently. And you suspect has been so for a good number of years, given the power.
The frequency of it.
Yeah.
I'll whisper this to Obsidian. I'll say, it's been enchanted.
It's a vampire. Yeah, right, okay. That's unfortunate. I don't have any way of dealing with that.
Potion of...
I actually don't think that there is. It's break enchantment, I think, specifically is a spell.
Also,
which is not
I
one
believe,
let's
see. You can get rid of it. Well,
dispel.
So your spell casting your spell craft check was really good. So you'll know protection from evil can protect you from it. I know that.
Do you not have protection?
I was under the impression that remove curse got rid of it as well, but I could be wrong.
Remove curse probably does. I think basically what we're seeing here is that rather than a potion, we would need a scroll that might do it. I've got things that I've got like protection-y wise, like Death Ward and things like that, but I don't have break enchantment or.
This isn't something basically. This isn't something you're going to be able to do lightly.
Yeah, that's okay. We got some money from him. We now know he's under an effect, so there's nothing we can do about that. So I reckon we just leave this for now and don't press until we know we can deal with it. Because we're just going to give information to him that he will then happily relay to his boss.
Yeah. I mean,
because we're
told him everything already.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you can communicate basic commands at even its lowest level. So he's clearly been told, be ignorant. That's effectively what's been going on. He believes wholeheartedly that Derek Redhaven is like a good friend of his. And you can tell, like I said, this effect has been at play for a significant amount of time.
Awful. Just awful. Next level I would be able to have a go at dispelling.
Okay.
If we can get a scroll, I can spend a lot of time.
Yeah, like saying, if we can get a scroll of dispel, I can have a go with that because it's on my spell list. It's just a higher level than me, so I would be able to use it straight up. But otherwise, nothing we can do at the minute. So, what were we thinking? We're sorry to waste your time. Joking, bad taste.
Anyway, even if he was around, we wouldn't be able to speak to him for some time. As I understand it, he has gone away.
Gone away? Yeah.
Where's he gone?
Business, right?
Oh, to the east, I hear somewhere named Bleaktown or something.
Bleaktown?
It's where he holidays sometimes.
Does he stay there? Holiday sent there.
You know what, mate? We're just going to give that to you and let you try again. Didn't happen. I don't remember a thing.
Maybe, but I do know that he won't be back for a long time. So if you have any grievance with him, then you best take it up with him, and don't get one of his dearest friends to speak against him. 'Cause
You're
I
absolutely
surely
right.
won't.
Actually,
Yes,
this is
well.
like asking me to betray, my compadre here. So, yeah. Thank you for your courtesy to us. We will continue fighting the good fight for Bright Harbour.
There is
And we
one
will
last
give you
thing.
any information that we
There
can.
is one last thing that I would have you muse on. It is it's something
Do
that
tell.
I've been wondering about for some time. As per our last discussion, it still is rather strange that the message of Savage Doom and the word of their fear-mongering reached so many people so quickly. It was something that one of your number brought up before. That is still a bit of a mystery, and I'm afraid neither me nor my men understand of how this was achieved. So perhaps something to dwell on for the future. But
Yeah.
in the meantime, I thank you very much for your service to the city. Despite the strange line of questioning you brought me today, I do hope that you return to our to our city if you do wander afield, and if you choose to stay, our harbour is brighter for it. And he signs off like a proper politician.
Very clever.
He's a politician in someone's pocket. Oh my god.
That wouldn't happen.
No, it wouldn't happen. Definitely fantasy
That's
role
so
play, isn't it?
unrealistic.
Fantasy.
Yeah. Can we have more realism in our
Yeah.
D&D, please, Rob?
And as we call for more realism, we go to the utterly bankrupt potions shop. As there is a ringle dingle dingle, and you see the gnome desperately like clearing out old bottles, empty of course. Oh, you have returned, please. Welcome, welcome. I have so much more to sell this time, I think.
That's great, but it's just the health healing potions I'll need.
Very well. Well, a cure light wounds potion will set you back 50 of your finest gold pieces.
And a mod.
300 gold pieces.
Then I will take 1 mod and 3 light, so that's 450.
Is there anything else that might tickle your fancy this day, my good friend?
No.
Might I
come on, you know
interest
what
you
we're
in a
always looking
potion
for.
of spider
You
climb? And he
bastard.
gestures.
He's on the spider climb.
He gestures
Sponsored by a company that makes spider climb.
He gestures to the one potion of spider's climb that is still there, dusty on the shelf.
No, that's actually make that just 2 light and 1 mod, and that brings my total almost, but not quite below 4,000, assuming you've not pocketed.
Assuming we give you the money.
100% have pocketed that unless you help us out by looking for potions that we also want.
Yeah, this is a really good point, actually. We're not there, but come on, you are.
Come on.
Sorry, so
come
what's your proposal, sorry, Silaster?
It was actually 2 light and 1 mod.
Okay, yeah, sure, yeah. So 2 light.
I didn't want to go down a figure, basically.
So that's 100 for the 2 light, and the mod is 300.
300
So
for the
400
mod,
gold
yeah.
pieces in total then.
I pass that over.
Thank you for saving my livelihood.
Of course. And because I've got voices in the back of my head beckoning me to do it, I don't suppose you have any Eagle Splendor potions.
Well, that is a very good question. As I understand it, that is a level 2 spell. So it was 30% for the level 3s before, so we'll go No, it was
40.
It should be it should be low.
40%.
We'll just say 40%. 40% for Eagle Splendor then. So 40 or lower on the D100, please, Silaster.
Yes.
If he's successful, can he roll again to see if there's another one?
You find 2 potions of Eagle Splendor.
Yes.
I've just received this stock just this morning.
You kept that quiet this morning then when we came to look.
I mean,
It was still boxed.
you had just left my establishment, and the order came. I don't know what to tell you.
And how much would these be?
They will be 2,000 gold pieces each.
I beg your pardon.
I jest, of course. I jest. That's a good question, actually. I don't know. I think they're 300 as well.
300.
300 gold
They were
pieces, please. Each.
Well, I'm putting that in brackets because
We'll pay
You know what?
back.
I'll
Let's
get that back
just-
in a bit.
I'm just going to take it off.
Well, let's just say then that Ansel and
Since you've already
Obsidian
just put your-
knew you were going to the potion shop. They would have given you funds to cover that. So Ansel and
Yes.
Obsidian, just take it off your sheet. That's done.
Cool.
Boom.
Cool, that's it. I will head back to the Crooked Nook. As I'm walking back to the Crooked Nook, I'm going to take the atomizer and have 3 spritz of a light.
3, just off nothing. You don't know if you're going to come across anything in the next few days.
Yeah, why?
I've got
We're gonna
quite a few
rest.
light. I've got and with the rest because I don't know if the next day after resting, or even in the evening, someone's going to set fire to our safe house. It's happened.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, yeah, that's true.
This is valid.
I don't want to take the chance. So
As
3d8
you're,
plus
roll that up
15,
for me,
basically.
please. Yeah, please roll that up for me.
29. There we go. That's not bad. Assuming I'm taking 3 shots, basically.
Yeah. So you take 3 shots of it, and it's strange. It does absolutely that. The Vitality Atomizer just atomizes the potion into this vapor, which intensifies its effect, that allows it to go thrice as far. So yes.
Is it one of those things, right, where are you spraying? You got to spray it directly into your face, or is it one where it's a bit more posh? You spray it in the air and then walk through it.
It's an inhaler.
The one that-
It's like when you do like.
Just
You walk
a
through
nice,
the
like,
aftershave.
perfume
Yes. No,
But
you have to
walk
spray it
elegantly
into
through
your
it.
mouth. Yeah, you spray it into your mouth. However, Silaster, as you finalise your potion taking, a voice calls to you from the darkness in an alleyway to the left of you, and it simply says, "Where the assassin fails, the snow elf succeeds." You see what looks like a tall, robed figure silhouetted in the darkness of this dingy alleyway.
Celasta will, hands in pockets, readjust his hood, making sure it's, as is, and walk towards the alley.
As you readjust your hood and go into the darkness, the stranger before you lowers theirs. You see a pearlescent white mask shining in the dark. What makes this mask particularly unique is that it appears to cover most of the face all the way back to here, including becoming part of the ear. A mask that actually is shaped to curl around 2 long pointed ears that denotes that an elf stands in front of you. So if you imagine this pearlescent white mask, but it sort of attaches in and around tall elven ears as well. Blank black eyes stare at you. There appears to be a mouth carved into a smile, a serene smile.
That is an adage of my kin. Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. Well, you say that absolutely, and he'll say, and a male voice will return and say, "Yes, I was informed that it was a saying among your kind. You'll forgive me, I was going to write to you, but seeing you simply pass by in the street, I wanted to take the opportunity to greet you.
And who may you be?
Who I am is a matter of some value. Knowledge is power, you see. I say this not out of arrogance, but out of professionalism. It does not do well to share one's name on a first meeting. Though I must say I do have you at a disadvantage, as I already am keenly aware of your name. It should be mentioned as well that he's speaking to you in Elvish.
Good point.
But obviously you probably don't barely even notice because it's so natural to you, obviously. I have an opportunity that I would like to extend your way, though it may consist of some time invested in your part and a good deal of travelling.
I'm interested. Go on.
Your target, should you choose to accept this contract, is a merchant by the name of Fuldry Geck. Fuldry. Geck. Geck. This merchant, Fuldry Geck, of the credit house Thrifty Tricks, can be found in Valdenor, the capital of this fair province. It is a sweet irony that as someone who works within a credit house has forfeited on a debt of his own. It transpires the store and the property he offered as a collateral for his debts is actually the property of another lender. He is offered collateral that he does not own. The man is entirely bankrupt, not unlike that potions brewer around the corner.
Yes.
His value to our employer is only to serve as an example now. You will kill this man to encourage other customers to be more timely with their repayments. There is a stipulation that must be enacted on this contract. When he is dead, display him in his store, his alleged store, so that all may look upon this as a progressive marketing strategy. We shall watch closely, and I will personally approach you with a payment of 4,000 gold pieces upon completion of this contract.
Very well.
When you have done this, you will receive your payment and all of the answers you seek.
In that case, you have my blessing to come knocking on my door, should you need to speak to me beforehand. Otherwise, well, you shouldn't hear from me until the deed is done.
an incline of the head, and he will whisper in Elvish once again, "Where the assassin fails." And then he sort of like merges into the darkness of the alleyway and is gone.
Salaster just finishes as he turns around and walks away. The Sow Elf succeeds.
The three of you are able to reconvene in Bright Harbour. You now pretty much can decide what your next move is. So if you want to have that discussion, will you meet somewhere? Will you return back to the safe house? What's the plan?
I think we were meeting at the safe house.
Sure, let's bring that up.
A bit of sleep.
Yep, so you return to the Crooked Neck.
Good God, there's loads of people here.
Oh yes, because last time
Friends?
the bronze banners had introduced
We're under
themselves. Interestingly, you no longer have a door.
Yeah.
My God, bloody drafty.
Such a
for
safe house.
We'll get a curtain. Hang on.
Very open safe house.
This is a curtain over the door. There you go.
We just need to rest.
Okay, I love it.
It's a draft
It's
excluder.
one of those bead door things that you have to do that to go through. I love it. Yeah, so you are able to return. I will put another door on another time. But yeah,
I think we need to rest, chaps.
There's a map here.
So, Lester, are you all right now?
Are you okay, mate?
Are you okay now? Or do you still need like a good night's sleep to heal your bones?
I mean, it's late in the day, so I imagine you guys want to get your spells back before we travel.
Absolutely. There is a chessboard though, so I'm thinking we could wind down with a game of.
Well, maybe the
load
map
up
is
chess
wrist.
app.
Yeah,
say again?
Yeah, DM. We want to play chess. Figure out how that
Loaded.
works in game.
Imagine if we just did it now. I knew you were going to try that.
The Jarek Tiles is a game in this world which is effectively the same as like dominoes, so you can do that.
No, that looks like a chessboard. Chess.
Actually, it looks a little bit.
No, I think we probably hang about, have a wee drink and a chit chat.
Okay.
I am feeling better. I will just say I'm not
That is good.
bruising. I will. The atomizer is very good. It is a good piece of kit. As to where we go, we had spoke that we would head to Valdnor, but potentially via the Valley of the Prophet.
Yes. See no reason why we shouldn't do that.
I think maybe we should, before we leave, visit our good friends from the Cudgel of St. Cuthbert, I believe are residing in the area.
The Cudgel of St. Cuthbert made reference to the fact that they were moving east when you last saw them. They had they had arrived here, had made like a temporary stay here, and then were moving on.
Right. Well,
Maybe a task for Valdnor.
yes. Ignore me then, I got my places muddled.
There might be more of them. As they said, the watch is never far away.
I didn't like them very much.
But I think they would be good allies in a fight against vampires.
Probably, yeah. Probably. I felt slightly intimidated, to be honest.
Oh yes, I'm not suggesting we fight alongside them. I'm saying we
No, it's
point
just
them
that we're
in a direction
a
and
bit
go in the other
what some
direction.
might consider unusual. Yeah. We're the weird goth kids and they're jocks, basically, is the impression I got. And it's just not a good mix.
Are you worried about getting bullied?
Yeah. I've been swirlied before, man.
You get stuffed
Swirlied
in a
in this
locker.
context is so much worse. Since toilets don't exist, it's just being lobbed in a cesspit.
Pissing yard.
Pressing yard.
Yeah, I think that's a fair plan, isn't it? We'd begin that journey, and yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you don't want to. You don't
Is
want
there
to hang
anything we
around.
want
You
to
want
do in this corner first?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're definitely spending the night here. Bunker down and get some rest.
You'll each be able to read one of the books, so each of you can decide which tome of worldly memory you begin with: survival, arcana, and spellcraft. So you can choose.
I would like either knowledge, arcana or spellcraft, personally. But
As
I'll
would I,
take
so,
survival. There we go.
would you like arcana first, and I'll take spellcraft, and then we switch for tomorrow?
sure,
Hey, you can't switch for tomorrow because that puts me off a day.
you can wait.
Well, you could wait. All right, I'll take survival tomorrow,
Thank you.
and you have spellcraft.
I'll have Arcana.
So, have I got spellcraft today then? Cool. Let's do
Yes.
that. And you've got arcana.
Yep. So
can't I
on your character
change?
sheet, that is an innate bonus, so you can put that into the misc bit or whatever works best for you, really.
You should go in the miscellaneous bit because it's not officially ranks,
Yes.
so it won't
correct,
count
yeah.
towards max ranks if you're. Not that I'm anywhere near that anyway, but
Yeah, it's just an
That's
innate knowledge bonus.
that's a hell of a
from-
bonus. That's wicked.
Yeah. It's definitely
Yeah, it's really
well, you can decide whether or not it's worth the dangers of a Derek Raidhaven's house, but there we are.
The house, maybe. The pocket dimension within the house. No, not really. But we're okay. We got away.
So you rest there for the night then.
Yes. Hunker down.
Okay.
On our net. No,
Yeah, you're each able to rest safely. You aren't troubled because you're at a secure rest. That means that is double the amount of HP that would be returned to you if you would require it, or if you need it. So
Thanks to that level up. Not really.
yeah.
But pre-level up, oh god, yeah.
What would you like then? Would you like to see a map? Do you want to plan your journey, or do you want to do other things? Do you need to buy other supplies in the city at all? What's the plan?
We're probably not going to be in a city for a little while, so
It's a long
We
journey
need
from what you
food and
recall.
water and things, wouldn't we?
Yeah. Yeah, you can. We can just say then that you could have paid to have been resupplied. If you have 5 gold each, you'll be given supplies to last you the journey to Valdenor.
that's cool.
Fine.
Yeah, we can do that.
Goods would have been taken to the necro wagon. You would have been told that your supplies would be put to the stables, so whenever you go to the necro wagon, you'll find it already stocked.
Is there anything we want to sell that we could get a decent price for here, or should we wait till Valdor?
Depends. We haven't actually looked to see if there's like a magic item shop.
That's a very good question.
Like an artificer.
So you can absolutely sell magic items, and this is probably a better place to. Well, one of the better places to try and sell them, and also one of the better. You have more likely chance to find magic items here than if you were to, look in a small village or whatever. So that's entirely up to you. What would you like to?
Yeah, so we'll just have a bit of a look. Ask around, see if there's an artificer about someone that does magic items, minor wondrous items, that kind of thing.
Yeah, certainly. So, let's have a look. Yep, so it isn't long before you're able to journey to Farah's Farah's Fabularum. And inside is a wizened old lady with many trinkets and strange items abundant in her shop. And she'll say, "Hello, my dearies.
Oh God!
Might I be able to offer you something?"
Not a red apple.
She goes,
What about a spinning wheel?
"Absurd! What an odd thing to say," as she reaches under her desk and closes the drawer filled with red apples.
I have, chaps. I mean, I don't know about you. I have two items that I would like to ask about.
Certainly, you wish to offer them to sell to me?
Well, actually, we have got items that we want to sell, don't we?
Then shall we begin with the selling, so you'll be able to give my gold straight back to me?
Very clever. Yeah. What have we got actually to sell?
What?
What? Loud. I've got no
was
idea.
that?
It just opened. I tried to open the shared loot and it opened a random video.
That really freaked me out. I was like, Rob, that's an amazing voice.
Shout
No, it was,
Bravo.
I don't know why it came through that either, because
I can't find the shared loot.
I thought
thing.
someone was in here with us. I was like, what the hell?
yeah.
Right. I have it
guys,
here.
Where would it be if I didn't want to go searching through the chat to find the last link in my phone? Would it be in files?
Yeah.
If you've got the Google, then yeah.
The Google.
Okay, I can. Yeah, I can tell you now the bits that we have to sell.
Just reel them off and tell me.
One plain chain shirt, partially worn. I believe it was Ansel's before,
Okay.
so not magical. An elixir of truth, a screaming bolt, a shift weave, if we wish to keep or not keep it, dust of dispersion.
Mm-hmm.
The dust, the elixir, and the shift weave are all 500 gold pieces. The screaming bolt, I don't know, and the chain shirt, I guess, is minimal. Unless anybody would like to keep any of those.
No.
Shift weave does have a pirate cat Savage Doom outfit in it, but
Oh yes, it does.
A brand new chain shirt would be 250 gold pieces, so she'd offer you 75 for it.
it's not bad.
I mean, we're not going to use it, are we? So.
Yeah, done. 75.
Anything else you would
Gone.
share with me?
Screaming bolt.
Screaming bolts. I wonder how much that will be. Brand new, 267. She will offer 200 for it.
Yep. None of us use a crossbow.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, she happily pays you a further 200 for the screaming bolt.
We have a pearl of power, but I don't know what for.
I think it's not for any of our classes. I think it's
Yes, for when you prepare spells, which I was unknowing of until it was
Then,
explained to me.
It means
Let's get rid of
once
that.
you've used one spell of whatever level the pearl is that you've already cast, you can
Yeah.
use the pearl of power to then cast it again. But it's useless to us.
So in book 1,000 gold pieces, she'll offer you 800 for it.
Yeah. Done. Uh,
You're gonna have to. Are you totting all this up, Mike, to get a
Yep.
total? Right.
just a dispersion. Which I've got down as 500 gold.
Oh yeah, I was going to say, I think I've given you some of the prices at least. I believe it is 500, yeah. Yes, it is. She'll offer 250 for that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, she's very happy about that, and the Pearl of Power she seems very happy with. Anything
The Elixir of
else?
Truth and the Shift Weave, I think, still has use.
Yeah,
Those are definitely
more.
useful, for sure.
And there's a bunch of potions which we'll find a use for. I think that's pretty much everything.
Very good. Now let us discuss what it is that you would like to find. There is every chance you might discover what you're looking for, or indeed find something that you weren't expecting.
Okay, all of that came to
You're freaking me
1,325,
There we
which
are,
does
then.
work out at 441.6 each.
Okay, so that you can add to your totals. There you go.
What was that? Sorry, for
441.6666666.
Say the 0.6 goes to charity,
So 441 each.
because I can't stand doing that. We don't do copper pieces or silver pieces in our games, because fuck that. That's actually wicked, because if I do find what I want, that leaves me with some money to spare.
What is it that you might be looking for, oh masked one?
So 2 items that I was hoping I may be able to acquire. One is the lowest level cloak of charisma.
I had a feeling you might be asking for such an item. Well, let us find out whether we have one. This is a wondrous item that you speak of significant power.
Yes.
Let us see if it is within our hold. 15% percentile.
15%. No. And the other one, obviously, is gloves of dexterity, unless either of you are looking for those, in which case...
Oh, I was desperately looking for gloves of dex. They're my primary thing.
All right, well, maybe you should roll and see if you find them, because
They're
if you do
exactly
find them,
the
you should
same
have...
wondrous item level, so that will be exactly the...
Yeah, they're just minor wondrous item, so 15%, that's fine. You go for it, man. That's what you're after.
No.
close.
You may find yourself luckier in Valdenor. Far more items to choose from, but I must warn you, far more expensive.
Well,
Capital prices.
and then let's just have another very quick.
What about you, tall one?
I'll be honest, I've not researched what items I would want. So I'd take a random look if such a
Yep.
you want to do a random.
I do have one other I would look for, but
Well,
Okay. So roll me a D100.
A3 again, weirdly.
Oh. You should be very interested in this little ornament as she produces a ring.
Ring?
This is this is what we like to call a ring of sustenance.
Right.
The ring of sustenance continue to provide its wearer the life-sustaining nourishment. The ring also refreshes the body and mind, so that if wearer needs only 2 hours of sleep per day and gain the benefit of an 8-hour sleep. The ring must be worn for a full week before it begins to work. If it is removed, the owner must wear it for another week to reattune it to oneself.
How much is that?
That will be 2,500 gold pieces. A steal, if you ask me.
See if you can charisma it down. Go on, haggle.
If we were going to do that, we shouldn't have done that in the first place. No, I don't have diplomacy in this. I don't know, not having to sleep that long is alright, isn't it? But I don't know. Too rich for my blood.
Yeah. I mean, this is good. It just means we're saving money still. It's all good.
Very good.
I will do one
last
inquiry.
thing from you. Yes, sir. What might your pleasure be?
Braces of armor. Because I can't wear armor.
Yeah, I was considering asking about braces of armor.
Let's see, braces of armor.
Do you maybe have a surplus of stock for those?
Perhaps. So we see if both of you
More
would
than
like
one.
to see if one is available. Let us begin. Who would like to look first?
Well, I've just
Obsidian dived into a box.
Obsidian, in here. No, nothing.
Very well. Well, let us say then that this will be for the lowest one, because it isn't quite on the par with like an ability increase.
27.
I didn't say the number.
Oh.
What was
The
it going
number
to
was
be?
going to be 30.
Well, look at that.
Well
done.
inside a box, she says, "I have just the thing," and opens this wooden chest. And inside, you see these gleaming bronze like bands that go from wrist to the top of the forearm. They have strange runes etched into them, and she just wipes like some dust off them, and they gleam in the dim light of this place. That'll be 4,000 gold pieces.
How strong are they?
That's the lowest, so that's +1.
+1?
Oh no, I'm sorry, +2 for 4,000. So they are +2.
Oh.
Well done.
Obsidian's livid.
The best man won.
I mean,
And he doesn't even want it for that price.
I don't wear armor. You guys both wear minimal bits, so I do need that extra oomph. And
Yeah. What's your armor class at the minute?
19.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you should shut up.
Am I right in saying that you're not interested? She says, moving the box away from the counter.
I gesture to Obsidian. You seem keen.
What, for braces of armor +2? I think I'd really consider, to be honest. 4,000. Bloody hell. I'll be considered braces of armor +2, to be honest. Hang on. What do braces of armor add to your armor bonus, don't they? They
Armor
do.
bonus, yes.
And if it's only a +2, it would be pointless wearing them because I'm wearing armor that's already +4, which doesn't stack on top, so it wouldn't go up to like 6.
Yeah,
So
and if you
it
cast
wouldn't do anything
mage
for me.
armor and stuff over a certain amount, it doesn't help as well, does it? Something like that.
Mage armor's +4, so +2 is less, so it would equal nothing because they don't stack unless it's a separate bonus. So that's why, like a ring of protection.
Pretty sure. Well, hang on, let me check. They might be
deflection.
deflection. Let me look. They surround the granting him an armor bonus of
Armor bonus.
It is an armor bonus.
So yeah, if you're not wearing any armor, they're useful to you, but to me, because I'm wearing a small amount of armor anyway, they don't stack, so it would be useless. Do it. It's an extra 2. I mean,
Yeah,
do it and save your money. It's
it's because if
how much money? You're not short, are you? You've got enough?
no, I have enough.
So I could loan
Lend you
because
some if you need it.
yeah. Don't know. Come to me. I'm not asking for anything. I'm just happy to lend you some money.
Silaster's keeping the prospect of a little extra coin quiet at the moment. So, yes, he will pick up the braces of armor because surviving is more important.
Fine choice, my dear friends.
My pretty.
My pretties. Now, I say I would ask you a favour, and she takes the gold from you and slides the box towards you, Silaster. I would ask a favour of you, but it's not so much a favour for me, but a favour for a very good friend of mine.
I mean, we're listening?
If you ever find yourself travelling to the capital, be sure to pay a visit to an establishment called Agoshi's Armaments.
Writing that down. What's the name of this shop? Sorry, this is
Farah's Fabularum. He will be very glad of the custom. And if you mention me, he might be encouraged to give you a small discount.
Interesting.
Is there anything else?
not for me, no.
I don't think so. Currently.
Very well.
Ansel, as I've swapped these over, these are braces of opportunity. Would you like them? If you do, they give you a +2 on attack of opportunities and 2 extra attacks of opportunity.
Sure.
That sounds pretty cool.
Situations in the +2 was very useful. Didn't get the extra attacks that often, but the the attack bonus was useful.
Yeah, I'll take them if you're not using them anymore.
How incredibly generous.
No, Obsidian, you don't want to hit things.
I will
No,
bid
I
you-
know. It's not that. It's just, I seem to recall Ansel asking for favours.
I will bid you a very good day then.
Thanks, Farah. Farah? Are you Farah?
Farah, yes.
Farah.
Nara.
It's a good name. Yes.
Goodbye.
You've contributed to the strangers, and we appreciate it.
Let it be known, the strangers now have a character with armor class greater than 20.
Amazing. Oh, Actually, this is a thing. Before we leave town, I want to know if there's like a print shop nearby. I want to go and get some cards made that have got the strangers and like some sort of logo. We need to draw up a logo. I want business cards. I'm trying to spread the word here, people.
It might be something you wouldn't want to rush. Perhaps you should come up with that logo over the course of time, and perhaps that could be presented to you at another time when you reach the capital.
Absolutely. Good shout.
You must have a card contact in the capital.
You will be surprised, but there isn't actually much call for it.
Yeah. Also, printing, not a thing. Doesn't exist. Not real. Not in there. We need to find some sort of sorcerer or wizard that can do arcane mark on lots of bits of paper. Okay.
And it's competition time. For those of you who want to come up with a symbol to denote the strangers, by all means, let us know.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, I'm sure we can. Yes, we can cater to that at some point. But we'll say that you can design it on your journey, and then if you find somewhere, then eventually you will be able to have that made.
Shall we? Yeah.
Let us
Peruse
head
the map.
off.
Yes, so you.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's head out of
jangle
town. We'll go and
out
pick up
of the town.
Pick up the necro wagon.
Yes,
Love
indeed.
beautiful rested horses.
Yeah, so Mr. Nobby and Black Whisper sort of like happily when you arrive. The stable boys sad to see them go. He's obviously seen them a few times and thinks that they're beautiful animals, and he tells you as such, Obsidian, before showing you where all the supplies that you'd order have been packed neatly into the back of the necro wagon. And did that change? Yeah, it did. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there we are. We now see the map. So there is means to cross the river at Bright Harbour, but also at Loth. And from there you can go to the Valley of the Prophet, which is a road not often trod. But that's certainly there's certainly two ways to go. And then to move on to Valdenor, you can follow the road or path that runs north of the valley, and then cuts through right at the point where the Windward Plains begins to beckon.
No thanks.
It can beckon as much as it likes.
It can fuck off. That's what it can do.
But why? It's so cool.
All of a sudden, you're here on the map. Heads
Yeah.
off.
Oh, I've just moved you. There we are.
Well,
It's the Windward Plains of DM fuckery. That's what it is. The DM just gets to put you where he wants.
we might as well follow the coast then for a bit until we get,
Um,
the
Sure, I guess. We're heading straight sort of south, aren't we, from Bright Harbour?
Yeah.
And we don't want to go
Only
back
across
to
the
the
river.
underwater level, do we? To the cave.
No, I don't think we've got anything that will help us through that at the moment. It's not just about
No.
being able to breathe underwater, it's about being able to see underwater. I just think,
I can
who's got
see
the
underwater.
time? Who's got the time?
Yeah, let's to the valley.
Okay, so you're looking at about a 4-day journey to get to that region, to the valley itself.
Use.
And off you trundle. And you've actually been here for a significant amount of time. In fact, you have spent the entire time that you've known each other in the region of the Arrowhead. So it's a fairly momentous moment where you cross the vast bridge at the far south of Bright Harbour, and find yourself passing through gates that are still vigilant and on the lookout for for ne'er-do-wells and cultists in the night. And you travel for the 4 days, and we shall do some rolls to see if you encounter anything. Do 2 at a time for night and day.
The first night. Let me know when we're on the first night.
Day goes absolutely swimmingly. Nothing appears to bother you at all. And night falls.
Yeah. So I'll suggest that we park up and rest the horses for the night. And then I'll say I have some business to attend to, so I just need to go off and be on my own for a few minutes. If you could watch the horses, I would be.
Is it a big poo?
Very grateful.
Is it a big
I would thank you to stay out of my business. Thank you very much. No. I've had my
rubbing.
I've had my monthly poo.
Would you like?
It's a damn good rubbing.
Not rubbing
for another
again.
rubbing.
Stop rubbing.
No, absolutely not.
Would you like to take my good colleague Cry in case you get into trouble? You can call us through him. I won't be able to see through him, but
Get into trouble. I'm literally just going over there. It's fine. He's not literally just going off for a little bit. So you know, we'll set up a campfire. We'll do the normal thing, and when he just wanders off for a few minutes.
Yeah,
And,
sure.
I'll start reading a tome.
Yeah, which one are you reading?
with a different tone.
Whichever one Obsidian was reading.
Spellcraft.
I will read Spellcraft then. And so you can have Survival.
Right.
Okay.
Lucky boy. Then when I get back, I'll pick up the other one. But
Arcana.
I'm just sorting this out so we can actually have it on the thing. Bear with. And I would be loath to include the same camp twice, Michael. Say that again, so Dom.
I'm just going to nip to the toilet
No,
because
that's
I
fine.
drank too much liquid.
You're all good.
Sorry.
But it's a nice camp.
It is a nice camp, but you complained that it was the same camp as before.
I didn't complain. I just noted.
everyone's a bloody critic.
I like my cushion.
Well, the cushion isn't there.
I was really pleased. I felt very looked after before. I had a black sleep roll and everything. So you know, that covered me. Do as you will with camps now.
I don't know if you. I mean, do you guys want to take a short break? I mean, do you guys need to go, or are you fine?
I'm
I'm fine.
I'm okay.
Okay, then we won't break. Okay, so Obsidian's going off on his own. Like, how far off or on your own are you going?
Not very far. Just sort of out of. It's in the dark, so he just sort of goes roughly on the edge of sight for the group. He's not very far away.
Okay.
He's just sort of off, maybe to the north.
Sure. Yeah, you could wander off. You can still feel the sea breeze. You're not that far from the coast still, so but the night wheels overhead. The 3 moons of Main Realm gleam down upon you, and you dwell upon all that has passed until this very moment. Is there anything in particular that you'd like to do whilst you're standing out in the dark on your own?
Absolutely. So he will sit almost like Silasta does, a sort of meditating, but he's not meditating. He writes a symbol on the floor in Infernal.
Okay.
He sort of uses his finger to sort of just mark out this symbol onto the floor in Infernal, and just sort of almost meditates for a moment over it, waits for a few minutes, and then he just makes his way back to the camp. I think that covers it. He's had a think to himself about what he needed, but he didn't need to say it out loud.
Very good.
I don't think. Yeah.
As you go back to the camper, Obsidian, you can do a spot check for me, please.
Ooh. I love that I always have to check spot, and yet I'm certain it's 1. I know it's 1. Yeah, 9.
No, you've had a long day. Your eyes are tired as you move away back to the camp. The day comes at last. You're able to rest. Nothing interrupts you during the night.
Lovely stuff. Let's continue.
We'll do another roll. I see. Would each of you like to perform Obsidian, a spot check for me, please?
Another spot check. Well, I know it's 1. I'm not changing it. No.
Oh dear.
Absolutely not. I'm in the back. I'm in the back. Someone else is driving, and I'm reading. Aha! I would have spent the rest of that night reading the thingy book.
I am on fire, apparently.
Yeah.
Perform a reflex saving throw for being on fire.
Oh no!
Yeah, so Silastra, you're pretty much on it. It isn't actually that long into the hang on. So that was 1 day's journey and rest. Interesting. You're sort of like halfway through the day. Silastra, you see in the distance what looks like looks like an old wooden structure, and it looks like it would have originally been 2 wooden stockade towers joined by a bridge that would go over the road that you travel, the road less trodden that you're on at the moment. However, that bridge has given way some time ago, and now you just see 2 wooden ruined structures that stand either side of the road. Yeah, as you see this, you can't help but notice that there are a number of people that sort of move out of the structures to stand before you. And you already know what this is. This appears to be
not look welcoming.
Some kind of shakedown.
It's an ambush.
They move immediately, and I would hasten to add that you each recognise the person at the front in the very middle. Silastra, probably most of all.
It's Pogwillen.
The looming figure of Lonuk.
It's Lonuk! I remember Lonuk!
The prize
Oh,
fighter
Silastra.
that had battled with you, Silastra, in that fighting pit, steps out. However, when you see him, he does look significantly different. You remember when you escaped the burning tavern the night of the Feast of Welcome, that there was flaming debris that had fallen into that pit. Flaming debris everywhere. You can see that Lonuk has got a rather severe burn across one side of his face. Whereas before he was basically just stripped to his vest or whatever to just to brawl. Now he wears rather vicious looking, not heavy armor, but like scale medium armor, and he has these gleaming metallic things on his fingers and thumbs, like plates almost. And he stands in front of you and says, "I don't believe it. It's you. Here, boys. This is the one that cheated."
Not as much as he could have cheated, though.
Come here for round 2 of you.
I can still hear you, chaps, but the dog's going to wee on the floor. I'm just going to let him out the back door.
Okay.
Okay. You survived.
No thanks to anyone in that bleeding festival. I woke up, no one had moved me, and the place was ablaze. The structure had caught. I woke to find my face being burned. All 'cause of you. And your cheating ways vanishing into nothing. That wasn't a fair fight. It wasn't a fair fight. And like he's red from the effort, like as you might recall, like he's just like bald head, got scars across his face, obviously more scars now, like brimming with muscle.
Fine. I'll give you a fair fight.
Stripped to the waist, 1-on-1.
Get the grease.
Great.
Get the grease.
Do it.
Yeah, we can absolutely do it. So you have you suggested to him that you'll fight him 1-on-1?
Well, I've suggested I give him a fair fight. As in, if he wants my attention, I'll give him a fair fight.
A fair fight. You all heard it, boys, didn't you? Yeah, they all say. And then you hear a voice from above go, I don't think that's a very good idea. And they all look up at the one who of their number who's sort of, you can see on the map on the right hand side, is like taking a position above, wields a bow. You recognise this person too. Brigand of Whist
Oh no!
sways
Well,
upon
Hang on,
the
he was our friend, wasn't he, Brigand?
Well,
We
that's
liked
it.
him.
He looks at you and goes, "Oh, hello."
hello, Brigand.
Brigand, as I remember, he couldn't shoot.
Did
for
you? Couldn't shoot for shit. Have you heard from the? I've forgotten his name.
No,
Who
you're
was
right
the-
about that. I couldn't shoot for shit.
The yeoman, who I thought was called
The yeoman, the yeoman.
My life's in
Yeoman,
ruins.
Yeoman. His life's in ruins. Oh my god. Oh yeah, he lost loads of money, didn't he?
So now I find myself scrubbing on the side of this road, trying to get the money back. I can't go back empty-handed. I just can't. We've spoken about this before. Lonuk shouts up at Brigand. The victims don't need your life story, particularly when theirs is going to be ended very shortly.
No, not victims. The strangers. You've got it wrong.
Oh, is that it? Is it?
Victims.
You got
What
yourselves
sort
a
of
little
group name
name.
is the victims?
Got yourselves a little name, have you? Well, it ain't gonna go very far. As a matter of fact, it won't go further than this here toll road. It's a bit of a tradition to ask for money at this tower. It's what they did back in the day, and that's what we're doing now. But if
Right.
your boy can beat me 1-on-1 without any of that fancy magic of his, then sure, you'll go by.
Okay.
I don't think it's a good idea, says Brigand.
May we, would you allow the three of us to converse privately for a moment to discuss your generous offer?
By all means.
Why, thank you. Huddle. Little huddle in the centre. Right, chaps. So this is down to you, really.
I mean, you beat him before. What's the
Yeah, I have a feeling that you could kill him. I would ask that you don't. Maybe they seem like maybe they're a bit desperate. and perhaps not like pure evil or anything.
I had no intention of killing him last time.
You hear a thunk.
Maybe just
Brigid-
teach him.
Brigid
some
is aiming
humility.
at the wooden stump with his bow, and you can't help but notice that the arrow clatters to the side of it, missing totally.
Oh, things have not improved.
Just
Have you thought of a different profession, Brigid?
I've lost everything!
if it does take a turn, just get ready to jump in.
Absolutely.
I'm sure that won't be necessary.
I mean,
As with last time, Celasta will lower his hood for this as well, as he did last time.
I'm going to move over here and sit on this rock.
Oh, good idea. I'm going to have a sit over here.
Just like absolutely casual viewer.
Obsidian, you're in shot range of Brigid of Wist.
I'm not actually bothered by that at all. I've just seen him
Yeah,
miss
but
a
he won't be
stump.
aiming at you. He's aiming at the stump.
You'll be collateral.
However, I will announce to the group, I will announce to everybody there, and I want to do this as an intimidate check. I want to say, my associate and I will not intervene in this fight. We expect the same of all of you. This is a fair fight. If any of you steps in and breaks the rules, the agreement is off, and it will not go well for you. And I'm going to do that as an intimidate check.
Yeah, by all means.
33.
Just in case.
I'm in.
You heard the stories, another one says to his friend on the left. You heard of the strange things that were walking around through the fire when all of us were fleeing. They were just stories. The dead walked. In that very festival. These strangers are unnatural. Will you be quiet? Says Lonuk. I've had enough of this. All of this.
You have our word. We will not intervene
All of this so-called
unless
magic.
you break the rules.
It's just cheap tricks. None of them will but interfere.
Fight. Fight. Fight.
And with that, he steps forward and he raises his mallet-sized fists. Well, everyone, just in case you want to interfere, but everyone, roll initiative.
It didn't go well for me anyway.
That's more like it.
1.
22.
22 for Silaster. The rest of you?
I rolled a 1, so I'll be going last.
Okay.
Obsidian rolled 11.
He did indeed.
And then Ansel got 1, did he?
Well, 3 total, but I
Oh,
rolled a 1.
critical
So.
fail, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yowzers. That's a shame. Oh,
Wap,
well,
wap.
hopefully
I mean,
it won't be
if
needed.
it's going to happen anyway.
Yeah, we'll see, won't we? Right. Okay. You begin circling each other, sort of in the gap of these two buildings. The pair of you move around, facing each other. I just realised these guys are here. They would have moved aside, and they jeer at their brother Lonak. Get him his head in! Come on! But Silasta, you go first.
Hey. He hasn't acted yet, so 5, 10. Run up next to him, and as I do, swift into my assassin stance, I'm just going to sneak attack him, hopefully, on the side of the neck.
Okay.
For a bit of the old non-lethal, hopefully. Let's see. Does Legacy follow me? Potentially.
That does hit his flat-footed armor class.
Hey!
Wait, no, I'm so sorry. That does not hit his flat-footed armor class. That does not hit his flat-footed armor class.
Oopsie doodle.
I'm ever so sorry. You might know what his flat-footed armor class now is, as you did not exceed it.
You're just giving him a chance, mate. You're just giving him a chance, you know? Just give him the opportunity.
You rush in and you swipe for him, and he just brings out a massive hand and just tries to grab your attack. What is your touch armor class?
Ooh, it is 18.
He was one off that on the roll, so an easy touch there. He basically swings out a large, meaty hand and grabs hold of you as you try to slice at him. He's going to try and grapple you. Opposed grapple, please. Make it good.
13.
He exceeds it. He has got you in a grapple. It is your turn.
My boy's been to the gym.
He has.
Well, he didn't do too badly against you last time, I will point out.
Yeah, that's true, but we were level 1 last time.
Yeah. It's your turn, Silaster, and he's grappled you.
You got this, man.
I could just hit him in a grapple, couldn't I?
Yes.
I will do that for the time being. I'm just going to whack him one in a grapple.
Okay, yeah, by all means. Because you're in a grapple, I guess do you get a bonus to that, or is it just a standard attack? I don't really know.
I think it's a minus. Isn't it a -2 when you're grappled?
You're an unarmed combatant. For the time being, I won't penalise you because you surely should be really good at hitting people when you're grappled with them. So you can look it up for now. But for now, I think we'll just say a normal attack then against his AC. Standard attack.
Yeah, you can attack with light weapons without any issue. So 20 to hit.
Yeah, that's a hit. You smash him.
11 points of damage.
Oh my goodness, very good. Yeah, you just... Well, what's it like as you're hitting
Sorry,
him?
one lethal.
What's it like as you're hitting him and you're... yeah.
A bit cumbersome because Celasta isn't used to doing non-lethal damage and holding his punches back, but he is. It's just to the side of the temple. You know, he's grabbed me and I've just... So with the forearm, just got him in the head.
So he's already got you... Now, you're hitting him, but that does mean that the grapple remains. So as we go to his turn, the grapple is still in place, which means he needs to perform... What's your touch armor class again?
18.
That is another success. I need you to perform a fortitude saving throw as in the grapple, he reaches out and grabs hold of your head. You notice that they had those plates on his fingers, but particularly on his thumbs, and with those thumb plates, he goes to try and gouge your eyes.
Oh, cowardly.
Viciously and slowly. Fortitude saving throw.
What a heel.
Oh my god, he's trying to
I will
mountain
use
you. Game of
my
Thrones.
mind over body maneuver here as a
Okay.
counter, so I'll use my concentration. Which means 26.
Yeah, he's basically trying to push it into you, like to try and effectively blind you. Now, this is something that that can happen over the course of a number of attempts in a grapple. You succeed the DC, however, to not be blinded as he is just pushing them into you. But he does do a rudimentary 6 points of damage to you as he's just pushing into your head. It's your turn.
Could I do a maneuver in a grapple to hit?
You tell
Like an
me. I
offensive
don't know how your
maneuver?
maneuvers work. If you can do them in a grapple, then
I mean, I still have to kind of hit his armor class
yeah, I'll say yeah. Why
to
not?
do it. So yeah, I'm going to do. He's been like that on my head, basically.
like,
I want to do an insightful strike where I'm attempting to deliver a resounding blow with my knee right into possibly the soft bits. Let's see.
Soft bits.
No. 14.
Okay.
Curse of the low rolls follows me.
Yeah, unfortunately, that isn't enough. As you try and knee him, but he's ready, and he sort of moves with you. Again, going to try and make a touch attack. He's rolling really well. Was it 18?
It was 18.
Yeah, he succeeds on that. Another fortitude saving throw, please.
This time it is 25.
Yeah, again, he's just trying to push them into your head, trying to hurt you in whatever way he can. That's 5 points of damage.
Come on, Silas, he's fighting dirty. You can do this.
You're gonna pay for what you did to me.
I will, at this point, attempt to break out of the grapple.
Opposed grapple.
I'm just
then.
having a looking because I don't actually have escape artist, so it's got to be a grapple check.
Yep,
That's weird, but
it's
yeah.
good. So make it good.
21. That's not bad.
That's exactly it. So you didn't exceed it. I'm guessing that means you fail.
I
guess so.
I think it's a reroll for a grapple because it's a check. If
I'll
they
happily-
match, I think it's a
I'll
reroll.
agree to a reroll if Mike's happy for that.
Yeah.
Because I think they're both movable scores as opposed to one
Oh my
movable,
God.
one
I'm
static.
not going to believe
20.
how he beats it. So you're basically just like struggling, like in the dirt at this point, not really going anywhere. You attempt to break the grapple and you fail.
Mm-hmm.
That was your attack action.
Yep.
It's his turn. Fortune saving throw.
It's the same again. Oh, it's slow. It had to happen eventually. 8.
Please roll a d4.
Yeah. 4.
You're blinded for
4
5
rounds.
rounds.
5. God.
And if he does that to you again, that's going to become daze, and then again, permanent.
Wow.
Oh no!
So he goes, "Ah," like an event, and finally you just can't like fight back anymore, and those thumb plates just begin pushing into your eyes, Silaster. That's his turn. Oh, sorry, and it does 4 points of damage.
Okay.
I've got you now, you little weasel.
Can we subtly interfere at this point?
No one else is. It's up to you.
No?
bit longer.
We
Okay,
promised
okay.
that we wouldn't intervene.
Yeah.
I'm not intervening.
It's your turn, Silasser. No one else is acting, so...
Well, I've got a few more tricks before I go tricksy, shall we say.
Yeah.
So,
But if you are not careful, you might be blind for a number of days if you don't get out, and then permanently.
well,
I'm not trying to influence you. I'm just letting you know the stakes currently.
actually, you know what? You're right. Salasta's just going to, because he's blinded him. So Salasta will say to him, "You played dirty. I'll play dirty." As I pull from my pocket in this grapple, shadowy energy that looks a little bit like a garrote. So I'm going to attempt to choke him slightly.
Measly magic.
You play dirty, I'll play dirty. So, again, this is a combat maneuver, so I know I'm going to grapple, but what's his touch armor class?
I'm not telling you.
Of course, that will be... Sorry. 19 on his touch armor class.
It's not that you hit.
Thank you. So, that does... ...30 points of damage. So I run up and I just pull it down. Just...
That's just normal damage, isn't it?
Yep. He's playing dirty, I'm playing dirty.
How do you kill Lonuk?
All right.
He played dirty.
Stop saying that.
I need to justify it. I throw that up and around his neck and I just pull it tightly, and I just kind of whisper in his ears, "You could have fought fairly. This could have been fair." As I keep pulling on it.
Shit. And his considerable dead weight then, just slumps down as the Shadow Garrote ends his life, and he collapses to the ground. "You see?" The others say. "You see? They play with shadows and death." And they sort of back away. "We mean no harm. We're only following along with him. Be on your way now." Brigid is sort of leaning over the ruined battlements, just openly weeping now. I can't even rob people properly.
See you around, Brigid.
Yeah, man. I mean, you're making this too...
Wait, please, don't go. Please, I'll do anything.
For what? What do you want of us?
Lend me some coin. I have a family at home. You don't know what it's like in Ireland. It's a cursed land. I'm not going to join the Pentant. I won't.
Do we believe him? Can I do a sense
Yeah, you
motive?
can do a sense motive by all means.
I'll do a sense motive as well.
Yeah, me too.
Haven't very much.
Yeah.
11.
Also 11.
Will this also be an 11? No, 24!
Yeah, listen, Silaste. I mean, Ansel and Obsidian, you don't remember, Brigid to be, a particularly bad person. You knew he was he's obviously got, a gambling problem. That's the heart of it. He's clearly, an addict. he's going from competition to competition in this futile way to try and win back the money that he's lost, so he can return home to his family and give them money. From all, Silastra, you fully see that this is a man that is desperate and is not just weeping for himself, but weeping for, as much as it is funny, he is also weeping for the fate of his family back in Ireland.
Slowly regaining my sight, I'll just check Lownut's pockets and see if he has any gold on him.
Oh, yeah, that's a great shout. Let's see. Would you like to roll a D100 for me, please?
Sure. 42.
There's 42 gold pieces in there.
Pretty good. Still getting my sight back at this point. So.
Yeah, it takes you a while. You gotta like blink really hard. Like it's really sore. Like those thumb plates are pretty nasty.
You say you're giving it to Brigid.
Yeah.
Oh well, thank you. I mean, it's something, I suppose.
Something. 42 gold's quite a lot. That is for a scrub.
He's been holding back on you.
I acknowledge it. I don't mean to seem ungrateful. It's just that the amount that I need to even get home exceeds that.
Uh-huh.
Well,
how much is it you're actually in need of?
200. But I promise, if you're ever in Ireland, I'll repay you triple. And I'll be able to show you all the good places where adventurers like yourselves could find keen opportunity.
Where in the world is Ireland compared to us?
Let's
It's
look at
the
the world
province
map.
south of Orenfell.
That's correct, it is.
Just because.
So if we look at the world map, Ireland is, as Mike rightly puts it, because he's the one that created it, Ireland is at the very south. It is, well, if you want to know more about Ireland, you can give like a roll if you like to see how much you know about it. Either geography or history.
I think in the information we've got over on a little bit of information about Ireland, I think as much as he would know.
Yeah.
But it's more. I'm going to make an offer. Brilliant.
Please, just anything but the pentad.
Well, we're heading to Valdenor. And we could do with a squire kind of thing. Someone to take care of the horses, make the fires, cook the food along the way, just basically look after us. And if you accompany us to Valdenor, obviously we'll give you transport there. And if you do those things and work for us, I will pay you quite handsomely.
I'm not much in a fight, as you can see. He gestures to the arrow that's like
short
of the,
actually,
stump.
well, here's the part that so we would actually prefer it if, in a fight, all your job would be is to get yourself and the horses out of harm's way.
Mainly the horses.
Mainly the horses. I don't really care that much about you. I don't say that loudly. I do say it, but not loudly. But yeah, so your actual whole purpose would be to avoid combat, look after the horses, and just act as a sort of squire. And I'll pay you, say, I don't know, you've got the 42 from your ex sort of leader here. Oh, he's got a family. Give me another 100.
You would offer me this, truly?
Yeah. I like Brigid of Whist. I was in support of him in the first one. I remember him. One of the names that I remember from the first session, so I have fond memories. It's right there on my first page, Brigid of Whist.
Well, I thank you for your kindness, and I promise I will work hard. You won't have horses groomed fairer than when I do so. I'll make sure your fires are lit, and should battle occur, yeah, I'll get your steeds away.
Let's get you away from this situation, because robbing people on the road, you're better than that. Come on.
I just fell
Not
in.
much better.
There were so many people
Not
fleeing.
much better, but you can be.
There were so many people fleeing the region. I just fell in with them. Safety in numbers and all that. But you're right, it was wrong. I didn't hurt a fly. I didn't do anything. I just pretended to shoot at them.
Don't worry, we don't think that you did hurt a fly.
Yeah, to be fair, he says he
It's not
pretended to
intentional.
shoot at them. He probably
We
tried
fully
and just
believe
totally missed.
It's funny.
This all stems just
There
from
we go.
him rolling badly at that archery contest. Like, he could have been amazing. That's the
Could
thing.
it? But he wasn't.
And it's all come from those rolls. Oh, the chaos! I
Right.
love it.
So yeah, I'll pay him when we get there. When we get to Valdon, I'll pay him 100 happily.
Thank you. Then I will make
And then
sure
we'll,
that
see what happens.
I will make sure I earn every coin of it.
Excellent.
It is as you continue journeying then, Brigade of Whist immediately doing his best to sort of like fall in. He's making like almost exaggerated but well-meaning attempts to seem as useful and as grateful as possible. He's asking if you guys need anything. He's making sure that everything is in working order.
Wicked. Awesome.
And night begins to fall, and we'll wrap up shortly. But there is just one thing I just need to check. As night begins to fall, Ansel, you look to the night sky as you've come to camp that night. And once again, hanging high above you, are only 2 of the 3 moons of Mainro. And as you dwell upon this thought, you begin to feel some strange energy about you, and you look at your hands and they begin to gleam white with lunar power. And that, I think, is probably a good place for us to end the session tonight.
I think so.
There we go. So, there we have it. That is, I really enjoyed that session. That was like once again, a little bits here and there of doing lots of different stuff. So that was really, really quite nice. Yeah, interesting. Any thoughts before we sign off, gentlemen? Any thoughts on the session?
I'm wondering if Brigade of Whist is going to be any better at squiring than he is at archery.
Well, maybe you can teach him. Maybe you can actually, because I like the idea of that. I hadn't even considered that. I thought, you might just offer him money as a sort of like we'll help you out. Like, you obviously need help. Don't gamble it. But no, you actually.
Well,
I didn't expect
gamble
that.
it.
I thought about it for a moment. I thought there are situations. There's been situations where I've been like, "Oh crap, we've left the horses after like doing an investigation of a dungeon or whatever." It'd be nice to have somebody you can then sort of just. There's a good reason why the horses are okay, and we can just return to them. So yeah.
Yeah, you're not having to end every dungeon going, I fucking hope the horses are still there.
Yeah.
What are the horses?
Yes. So yeah, I really enjoyed that. Lots of little bits, and
Yeah, it was good fun.
Great actually.
we still need. I know I say it every session. next week, hopefully, I will, or at least the coming weeks until we get back to like a main settlement, come up with like a full and extensive breakdown of rolling for magic items and potions, because I'm having to look up levels for it, and I feel I want to be fair about it, because at the moment it seems like a, I don't know, it just seems like a rodeo right now. I don't know. We'll have to work out a way. Or, as a matter of fact, perhaps those watching can think of a good way that we can come up with a percentile chance to find rare potions and rare magical items. If you have any thoughts, let us know in the comments below on YouTube. And if you've been watching live on Twitch as well, thank you ever so much for joining us. Please give us a follow. We'd love to get to 50 followers. That would be substantially wonderful. And that's all, really. In the meantime, thanks for watching. Hope to see you next time, and roll them bones.
I'm not just going to sit there like that for Rob to find the right buttons to press.
I still haven't found the buttons. There we are.
There we go.